Hello, friends. Thomas here for Scarboro, Sasquatch. And we got a interesting show today on Mindspeak. Yeah. First, let's start the show. Hello, Johnny P. If you're still in the house, maybe you'll still up soon. Can you see him? Can you? Are you a friend of Sasquatch? Have you seen the Sasquatch? The Dogman? How about the little people? Aliens? UFOs? Ghosts? If you have, well, let us know. I filmed some of these scenes here, yeah. The home base here. Urban investigations for Sasquatch, Dogman, little people. Urban research. There's some good interactions, I'll say that. All right. Whether physical beings or interdimensional, have you found we can communicate with you or tried to communicate with you? Right? Even telepathy, telepathic messaging, or Mindspeak. Yeah, the Mindspeak. We're going to delve into that in a few minutes. All right, let's get rid of it. All right, remove this. Okay, Thomas here. We're going to talk about Mindspeak today. Yeah, you know what Mindspeak is? When you're getting when you're being messaged from the Sasquatch or Dogman, right? And you engage in a conversation, right? two-way conversation, right? Back and forth, right? I've had it a few times over the years, sometimes more, sometimes less, right? Here and there when I'm out in the woods, sometimes at home, right? Even inside my home, yes. I've had the mind speak, right? Anyways, there's a few folks out there who claim to know all about mind speak, right? Yeah. Even giving you their theories on it. And they've never engaged in the mind speak themselves, but they think they know how it works. Yeah. Well, surprise, you don't. All right. You know, what's with those hooligans? You know who I'm talking about.
Oh, I know.
You know, Jesse and Joe, Joe and Jesse. Yeah, full of it. Not here to put them down. You know, I'm sure they work hard at what they're trying to find. Find their what's that word? Where they belong in the Sasquatch world, right? But but when they're starting to give theories on without experiencing encounters and or the mind speak for that matter, right? And you think just because you heard a few accounts here and there, no, you don't. Okay, and it puts down channels like my channel. Okay, who's worked hard over the years to bring you information on mind speak and stuff, right? Which they probably most likely have watched, but you know, pick up a few pieces here and there, some info, but we haven't divulged everything, and we won't, just to protect the Sasquatch, right? Yeah, it's too many. Uh, I'm not gonna say it. You know how it works. Anyways, what's that? Yeah, mind speak. Yeah, I engaged in the mind speak a few times. Once en route to a site to investigate. My first investigation for a friend. I was contacted while on the highway. Yeah, on the highway while I'm driving. I was engaged in the mind speak. I had to pull over, right, and talk a few minutes. Okay, Sasquatch didn't want me going to the site to investigate for whatever reason. I hadn't been there. It was my first time going there to check it out. My friends were having an encounter with the Sasquatch. They were frightened. My friend's family, I should say. Yeah. So yeah, I was engaged on the highway. I had to pull over for 10 minutes there and engage them on the side of the highway, major highway, for sure. And that talk it over. And still, I said no. I'm going. It convinced me even more why I had to go, right? And that. And the last thing I expected was to actually have an encounter at the site. I was surprised. I wasn't totally shocked, but I was surprised. You know, I think the Sasquatch were worried I was going to discover something they didn't want me discovering, which I did. Right, sacred sacred portal. Right, that they were guarding. So yeah, long story short, I hammered out a deal between the Sasquatch and my friends to share the property, even though it was their property. My friend's cottage property, right? And they had a trailer there and stuff. And they were absolutely frightened, terrified. Yeah, and I had to deal with all this, right? During the encounter, and I had the encounter. They showed themselves to me, and that two or three of them who were guarding the portal, right? It was interesting. I've talked about it on the show here, on the live show a few times, right? Up in Sutton, not Sutton, what's it called? Does it really matter? I'll give you the name in a minute. Just hold on a sec. 1 sec. I need to play something here just to get my thoughts in order. I'm just going to put a quick video on. All right. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back here. All right, hold on a sec, folks. One more video and get my.
You want that?
No, I don't, Heather. It's okay. I got enough. I need a warm up. Yes, okay. Hold on. Here's one. Shapeshifter. Right. Oh yeah.
You can see the writing on the pavement. Young kids, they're growing up in basements. Online, a whole new generation. I'ma make mine, so you better go take it. Always, they need a new replacement. Decentralized, can't contain it. We're changing lives, yeah, upgrading. Call it suicide of the older generation.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it.
What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons
You
quiet,
are
yeah. We
very
were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah? Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah, I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Any little people on the tree there? In a row? That's better to see it. Sasquatch hearing a young possibility. Re-added on my video. Been through the censor board a few times. Yeah. And every time they hack and slice, chip away, sections here and there. Bad or certain music, whatever. 1 year it's good. Next year, oh no. Next year somebody else buys the rights to that company and it's okay to show them. Like wild, everything was legal. you know, without all this nonsense, you know. Oh yeah, you know, and then you got to go through YouTube and Facebook and whatever, man. Every time they change the rules every 6 months, a year. All my videos have been hacked and diced, sections out of them. Yeah, for sure. That's why you get the interruptions sometimes in the music, and that it's crazy. I don't know. I make all new set of videos soon this summer, updated versions, but the graphics are the most important. I've hand edited, you know, I've edited those myself by hand. No AI, okay? Real images, what I see when I'm editing, you know, and with the help of my partner, Miss Heather. We've edited a lot of these videos over the past 10 years, right? Scenes and talked about stuff and learned, researching 10 years on it on the internet here, right? I think it was 2017 since I started the group here, the channel, and that, right? 10 years researching. Learned a lot along the way. Seen people come and go also along the way. So I don't appreciate when, you know, sometimes, you know, we worked hard all these years, really hard, right? We were only a small channel, right? I'm not always on here. I don't always feel like sharing, right? And but when I do, you know, I appreciate friends and subscribers who check out the channel, right? You know, I'm whatever. We're up in the frozen north here, so it's different, you know, than when you're, you know, when you live in the States, you get more support than you do up here in Canada, right? Yeah, you know, whatever. Yeah, it's weird up here. I have more friends down in the States on internet friends, right? And that it's wow, and you know, it's a worldwide. I have friends all over the world, right? And that different topics, and that we also do aliens and UFOs sometimes. Excuse me, right? Wearing my camel jacket here today. Got the window open. My allergies don't bother me. So it's just we've already been on 23 minutes. Uh, just a short one today. Just to let you know, Mindspeak. It's a lot more complicated than you think. You know, it's not what I don't know. I don't just sit here and think, yeah, I think I'm gonna dial up the Bigfoot today. Yeah. Hey there, Henry, Fred. What's going on, dudes? They usually contact me when it's important every now and then, and not every year. You know, maybe once, twice I get a message sometimes. Lately, they've been laying low. You know, all this AI fucking stuff going around and other stuff. You know, people sharing their secrets. Right? Is there not any secrets left to be sacred? You know, we got to share everything about the Sasquatch. You think it's your right to share every single piece of information? Guys like, what's his name? That guy, the How to Hunt dude there, Steve. Yeah. Yeah. Talking through his hat. Whatever. Sometimes, you know, some things are sacred, buddy. You know, back off. Right? You think you're doing, you know, you're babbling on, yeah. No, you're not. You're being a fool. Okay? You're sharing stuff, too much stuff, right? What purpose? You're on there every day, right? You get paid from your videos. I know that for a fact, you know. So, right? It's a money grab thing, right? Fuck. Not saying not to make money. I'm just saying, you know, you're at this too long and hard to a guy who claims he doesn't watch anyone else's stuff. I think you're full of bunk, you know, right? Only from your viewers you get all this. Yeah, well, how do you know your viewers are right? How do you know they have all the information, right? There's always that critical 2%, 3%, right? That you don't get, right? You're not going to get. Every person's different. Not everyone gets all the information. Even myself, I don't know all the information. Well, then there's some stuff I will not share because it's personal, right? Other stuff we can, right? But I think you guys, people are trying way too hard, Eventually, you're going to see these things up in the zoo. Is that what you want? Right? You give away all the secrets. I seen one lady 6 months ago stand there. Where was she? In Kentucky, Tennessee, somewhere, blabbing all these secrets, right? I'm like, holy smokes. And what? You got your 15 seconds of fame, and that was it. They took your secrets, and then bye-bye. I haven't seen you on there since, right? You shared a lot of info. For what reason, though? Right? Wherever you picked up all that info, I don't know. Some things are not meant to be shared, right? Same with the Mindspeak. Some of that stuff is private, right? It's between you and the Sasquatch, Sabe, whatever you want to call them, Bigfoot. Just don't call them late for dinner. Right? Whether you're friends or not, Finally, we're getting some breathing room. Some of these Christian do-gooders who claim that they knew everything about Sasquatch. What was that guy's name? Whatever. He refused the help from the Sasquatch and then passed away. Right? They were offering to actually extend a hand and help him out. He refused their help. Next thing you know, yeah, you know who he is. I'm not going to mention his name. That guy, he never answered one single comment. I didn't write very many. I think I only wrote about 6 to 10 comments on it ever on his channel, right? And he never answered not one of my comments. I don't know what he had against me or whatever, but he answered a lot of other people's comments, but he never answered our comments, right? Well, and he knew who we were. Sure he did. Okay. But why? Because he doesn't want the truth, The truth will set you free, right? Maybe I'm not innocent, right? I'm not guilty either. I ride the line, I guess. Walk the fence post. I guess I got one foot dipping in both sides. And I'm sorry, but somebody's got to do it. I'm not perfect, right? But sometimes, you got to test the water to get that info or to protect the others, right? I've had to do things and other things, right? During these encounters or experiences I've had. In the long run is to protect the others who come after us or even before us, right? To learn, right? A lot of people don't want to be learned. They just want to see the pretty pictures or whatever. People flexing their tattoos, other nonsense. I don't have any of that, okay? I got a picture up here. My friend Show Me True. Yeah, Show Me Sasquatch drew that Bigfoot in the background, right? Haven't seen him around lately. Hope he's doing okay. I miss him on here sometimes. I miss his show. He was a good show. He had a lot of people, right? He talked to and connected with. And that. Some good people. Yeah. Bigfoot. Billy Joe Jim Bob. Always claiming he don't know whatever. Right. Giving a shout out to my friend John P. I'm going to be doing a live show with him on his channel one day soon. I apologize. I had some personal stuff last week. It was just too much. Couldn't do both. Right? And sometimes you prep for a show, you prep. You're still not ready. But I had other stuff going on. I had a friend pass away. So that sucked. At the same time as you're trying to get on to do the show, other things. Right. Yeah. What do you think? Right. Anyways, I'll play one more video. I'll be back soon. I'm here. Whatever. Having my tea, ginger tea. Lemon ginger. Keep my throat okay here. If I can talk. The weather's been pretty brutal lately here. Minus 20, 30 with the wind chill. Yeah, freezing. Hopefully get out there soon to film. I just haven't been in the mood. Whatever, but I need to go out there soon and film. And a new agenda, new plan. Yeah, in a different perspective. Right, you'll be seeing soon. I'm not going to talk about it here because it'll be a surprise. Right, hold on a sec. Gotta get rid of some stuff here and put out a different video. I'm just doing a short thing here. Okay. All right, I'm gonna look for one more good video. All right, hold on. I haven't forgot you. What's that? I'm here filming for Scarboro Skywatch for Thursday evening. Sunset time. Doing some Skywatch stuff here. Check it out. Wow. Goes right around. That reminds me. I'm going to be talking about the Sasquatch spirit guides. Oh, nice panoramic. Next show. Check it out. What happened to my video? Nice sun dog. Check that out, friends. Check it out. Yeah, I don't usually do a show in the afternoon. I try to stick to evenings. Yeah. Anyway. Check that out. Wow. Demon skull. Something. Hey, that looks freaky. You ever had a spy plane fly over your house? Yeah, a big government spy plane magically appears out of nowhere and flies over your house, takes the foundation to the floor. Yeah, that happens a lot of times while we're on a show or live or talking on the radio. I mean, on the internet, just radio interviews, stuff like that. Yeah, it happens a lot. And I finally figured out how they do it, right? How they just happen to magically appear right when you're talking about a critical topic, yeah, with information or something, right? That's why you always have to be careful what you share, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, they're all over us sometimes. You know, they monitor what you say, what you do, who you are, everything. They know who you are. If you're a Bigfoot researcher, they know the ins and outs, what you do, who you are, where you go, who you know, your family, everything. Just remember that. Yeah, everything, you know. Okay. I know what it was like 10, 20 years ago, 30 years ago, 40 years ago. You couldn't find people to talk about with an honest face, you know, that someone ain't smirking or laughing or whatever. You know, very, very few people believe in 100% in Bigfoot, Sasquatch back then, right? You know, I even went out west, BC, British Columbia. There, it was a little better. The numbers were better. They were, you know, and on any given night, anywhere from 30 to 50%. Saying, you know, up in the mountains, they're saying, yeah, big Sasquatch is real, right? But anywhere else, no. You were lucky if you got 10 or 20% at any given time amongst a group of people you're communicating with at the time, right? So what don't we know about Sasquatch, right? Do they migrate? What do they eat? Right? Where do they sleep? Do they actually sleep in those shelters they build? You decide. I'm not going to tell you. I already told you how many times what they sleep in or where, right? Nobody wants to listen. I think people are watching too much of that AI storylines now, right? They fail to, you know, subscribe and support the little channels out there like ours, you know, and so people give up. Why should they bother sharing, you know, right? And people are complaining that they're inundated with all kinds of crap of AI out there, right? Well, that's what you get. You didn't support the little people, and I'm not talking about the little dudes. I'm talking about small channels like our channel, right? And now I don't really care because now you're going to miss out. You're missing out on the information, right? What you wanted to know, I don't care if I'm not your favorite, you know, I can Bigfoot presenter, you know, or these guys who go to these conferences. Some of these guys, every conference out there, 10 times a year, and they've never seen Bigfoot or Sasquatch or Sabe, whatever you want to call them, right? No, not once, okay? He wasn't presenting you all kinds of fucking stuff. Yeah, right. Filling your head with all kinds of information that they've never experienced themselves. You know, it's like to have an encounter up close and personal, 10 feet or less, right? Right in front of you. Yeah, I've been there, right? Even 50 feet, 75 feet, whatever, unobstructed, out in the open. No camera in my hands, right? Isn't that funny? Yeah. I've had a few encounters, no cameras. I've had a camera in my glove box there, and you know, if you reach for it, good luck having a Bigfoot, 8.5 tall, you know, 8, 9 foot tall Bigfoot, Sasquatch, crossing the road right in front of you, 20 feet away, you know, or if I came to a stop, 20 feet away, you know, in the middle of the highway, boom, crossing that road right in front of you. That, you know, perpendicular to where you're sitting in your truck, okay, with some experiences before that, and premonition, intuition, all that piled into one little neat package of an encounter, roadside encounter, right? Telling me not to be afraid, giving me Mindspeak, telling me not to be afraid. And I'm thinking, fuck, man, this guy's got 4.5 feet wide shoulders, you know, shoulders, right? He's huge, 1,000 pounds. He could easily, you know, fucking, his arms are the size of my fucking legs, man, tree trunks. Could easily rip that fucking doors off the hinges, I'm thinking, and pull me out if I do something wrong. But obviously, he was waiting there for me because he crossed the road. He knew it was coming. You know, somehow they know you're coming down that road, right? Just like the one where I had the Mindspeak on the highway. They know you're going to a certain spot or whatever. I don't know how they do it, but they do it. Time travel, read your mind. Are we tagged? You know, I've been in communication since I was a young teenager, so multiple times, right? So, including my encounters. So when I was in Scouts, an encounter twice on a weekend, camping with Scouts Canada. Yeah, both physical and interdimensional. Was taught they were interdimensional beings first and foremost, and second physical. So just keep that in mind. If that means anything to you, most people don't care, don't pay attention to that. They're all looking for the Patty type footage to film and be famous or infamous or whatever you want to be. Okay. Sure. It would be great to get a footage like that, but I don't know. It's few and far between. Bigfoot know now that we have cameras, we have handheld cameras, technology, right? People are putting up trail cams everywhere, you know, you're making it harder for them to actually come and visit you. You know, you're blocking off their access to food, shelter, water, you know, bedding grounds for the winter, all kinds of stuff. Right. Hey, brother, you finally made it. Good for you. JohnP, what's going on? Right. Got time to come on? I'll send you a link. No? That's okay. We'll do a night show. I'll come on your show. We can talk whatever you want. I was listening to your friend there. You had on the something. What's it? The monster dude there. Ryan. Walking with I don't know, whatever. Yeah, dinner time, right. Dinner time soon, right. You're low on battery? Yeah, that's not a problem. Okay, yeah, Ryan, yeah. I was checking out his, yeah, talking about a couple things. Interesting. Right. Like I'm like you know. I believe in God and the Lord Jesus and that. You know, I'm a believer, but I'm not a big church guy. I've never been ever since I was a kid. You know, my parents had to pay me to go to church. You know, when I got older, you kept looking. The clock's ticking away to noon hour. Ding, ding, going up. Ding, 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 ding to noon hour. Ding. Run across the street to the convenience store. Check out the car models, paints. Try and get something. Take home. You know, and that. What's that? Maybe 30 I'll go in. Yeah. I'm not going to be on here much longer. That's what I'm trying to say. Hour. Yeah. Yeah, I'm whatever. I'm one of those guys, you know, I sat in church when I was a kid and I stared up at the murals on the wall, the paintings, the stained glass windows, whatever, you know, while they yacked on, whatever. I couldn't comprehend half the stuff, what they were talking about. Didn't make sense to me, whatever. I don't know. But the painting spoke to me, you know. I wish they would take a minute and talk about the painting, what was up there on the walls and the ceiling, the frescoes. Yeah, that stuff. I wanted to know, right? Who was the guy with the spear? You know, was that Archangel Michael, Gabriel, you know, Azrael or whatever, some of those archangels. Which one was it? Who defeated the beast there? Yeah. The serpent. The serpent. Yeah. Snake, the serpent, whatever, dragon, whatever. They have different photos, different pictures. I mean, paintings. What's that? Right. What's that? Yeah, real history. Right. Yeah, that's what I wanted to know. You know, all this other stuff did not. I couldn't comprehend. I didn't comprehend for years and years. Right. Even though God was right here in our hearts. You know, I believed in God 100%. Right. Same with Jesus and that. The angels. Right. Mary, the Virgin Mary concept. The Immaculate Birth. I don't know. Three wise men, whatever. You know, the manger, whatever, all that. Why not? Even, as you can relate it to some other sense. What's that? Dogman, Bigfoot, yeah. Other creatures. The manticore that the Crusaders encountered down in Persia. The manticore, right? Supernatural beast. You know, body of a lion, face of a human-like face. Tail, the tail, a scorpion-type tail that shot poison darts. Okay. And the poison would hit you instantly and kill you, within a matter of, minutes. Right. Did you believe in that legend? The manticore? Right? You know, the manticore there, Johnny? Manticore. Let me see how you spell that. Manticore, yeah. Right. The manticore. There we go. The manticore. You believe in the manticore, Johnny? The creature that looks like a lion? right? Body of a lion, face of a human, and tail of a scorpion. Roaming the sands of Persia during the Crusades, 1000 AD, 1200 AD, between there. What was his name? I was checking out a story. Godfrey de Montfort. Yeah, right. The Templar. Godfrey de Montfort. Was that a real person? Right. And a few other knights. Right. The Dogman, the Cynocephali, right? The dog-headed people that Alexander the Great encountered. You remember that story? Down in same thing, Persia or Asia. He fought them, actually, caught one or two. He actually captured one or two of them. I've heard different stories, tales of the unexplained. Yeah, right. Interesting. You believe in the Dogman? You think that's a real creature, the Dogman? Johnny, do you think so? Come on, I'm bleeding through here. What happened to my thing? Come on, Tom. The Dogman. Do you believe in the Dogman, John? A wolf-like creature that walks on two legs, walks like a man. I don't know if he talks like a man, but he sure did walk like a man. And he ran like a... Yeah, and yes, there's different types of dogmen. I believe some are, native warriors that the shaman did some kind of, what do you call that? Not a spell, but some kind of blessing that if they're killed in battle, they come back as these dogmen warriors. I've heard of that, and they come back to. They're mostly dealing with atrocities committed to the indigenous natives, right? That they hunt for those bloodlines, right? That it doesn't matter now if it's 150 years later. They're checking out your bloodlines, right? The scent of your blood, family history, right? You're being followed. Or some like government agents, working for the government. They were, what do you call that? Created in a lab, genetics, splicing, experiments, government, dark operatives, or are they just freelancers? They just happen to be, freaks of nature, freaks of nature. Evolution, nature. Or is it more supernatural, some kind of black magic, possibly, spells or potions, incantations, something, maybe there's bloodlines with the ability to do that, right? I don't know. I say they're all possible. I've experienced the different aspects of these, what I'm suggesting here. Shapeshifters, wolf shapeshifters, right? Actual dogmen that look like, your classic black as midnight, black as black color, right? Blacker than the night, blacker than the shadows, right? Classic Dogman look with the reverse haunches, all that, right? And I've also seen the forward legs, human type legs on a Dogman. Hands and feet. Yeah, sure. That's what I'm saying. And then I've seen the shapeshifters changing into the wolf. No, not quite a werewolf, but, running with the pack sort of mentality. You never know. Okay. All right, Johnny, I see your battery must have fizzled out. All right. How long have we been on here? 56 minutes. All right, one more quick video. All right. I got stuff to do. I'm in the middle of construction. Hopefully we get our place fixed up soon. I've been waiting 2 years. They've been telling you they're coming to fix this and that. They've done a few little repairs. Wow. Now they want to do my windows in the middle of sub-zero temperatures. Incredible. Okay, here we go. Then we have the dwarf. Other little people we've been able to talk to see dwarf. I think there's wood 500 times. Right? Even 100, 200 times after the dwarf, 200 before that. When the park is just down the street, you go there maybe 10, 20 times a month, sometimes every day for an hour and sit there or two. I've done that. 99.9% of the time, nothing ever happened. Everything, there's always little signs of that. I've seen noise, other than squirrels and other stuff. There's all kinds of things going on, right? Animals, birds. I've even seen deer. So you never know. It can happen, right? The dwarf, yeah, panic stricken. He couldn't believe it. I could see him, right? He could not believe, he had this, like I said before, these guys, they think you can't see them. But when you do, they're outstanding. They're shocked. They're more shocked than you are seeing them. Okay? All right. One more done. Portal. Of an active portal. Sorry, I had to have a piece of fudge or chocolate. The weather's killing me. It's really pain. I'm just trying to cope. Right. Anyway. One minute. try every day. Not every day. Close to 3 or 4 times a week. It's not in the right place. We all set our goals up. 1 minute. One more time. Shake this first. That? It's a hand. See that? The fingers are curving around. Sky. That was my sky photo. You hear that plane flying over? Yeah. That's right. I got a plane. Spy plane. Anyway. Big Sasquatch hand. Looks like. Big hand. We all see things differently from one another. Yeah. All right. Let's get rid of this. Oh, yeah. Eh? Yeah. Right on. So what's up, John? What do you say? Anything exciting these days? Anything? Oh, no. We already showed this. All right. What's that? Hold on. One more video here. Come on. If I can find it. Here we go. I'll get right to it here. Come on. Where is it? Search for the Dogman. All right, the next time I'll have you on. John? All right. Tom here for Scarboro Skywatch, reporting on the copters in the sky. Multiple search. Every 3 minutes, copters are launched. That's me. I know too much. Sometimes you can't tell. You're not allowed to tell everything you know. Oh yeah, I've had to make agreements with the people that watch over you. Make sure you don't blab too much, or you won't be blabbing at all. Mm-hmm. Right, right. We all have handlers watching over you. Come on. Look at the weather. It's on the wall in the screen where anyways, that's a shapeshifter. Right. I seen one. Yeah, up close. In front. 2 feet from my face. Yeah. Change from a wolf head back to a human. Yeah. Right in front of my eyes. In the morning. Early in the morning. Yeah. Sunny, sun out, whatever. Daylight. 6:30, 7 in the morning. 7 in the morning. Yeah. At a campsite. Yeah. Incredible. Change right in front of me. Transform from wolf head to human. Slow transformation back. Yeah, it was incredible. And all I said is your secret is your secret is safe from me. It's safe with me.
That's right there, right?
Right, yeah. Your
Yeah.
secret is
Yeah.
safe with me. Right.
Yeah.
I might have talked about it here and there, right? Like I am now, but I haven't given you all the details, right? Because I can. I promised, you know, I always think there's a repercussion waiting for you. Karma. If you blab, blah, 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 blah. Like Jim Bob. Billy Joe Jim Bob there, he's blabbing all the information. He thinks he has all the knowledge. Yeah, that how to hunt dude. He thinks he knows. He knows, yeah. That he's got good hardcore information. He's doing a good deed for all his hunting buddies. And I don't have anything against hunting, right? You need hunters to survive, to eat, right? You know, just because I don't have a gun or a rifle and I'm not out there hunting. Now, mind you, if I was in a survival situation, I would make some kind of contraption or a trap or whatever. You know, we're taught since we're kids in scouts how to make a snare and all that kind of stuff and whatever. Or if you have to make a spear, a rock, caveman style, you know, right? Right. That's what happens, right? Cool. Yeah. That's what happens. You know, would you be able to survive in a survival situation? Right? Don't know. Haven't tried it. I don't blame you. I wouldn't want to try it either. You think you could do what that guy could do there, that dude there, the surviving dude, right? For 7 days while his team, you know, with walkie-talkies waiting to come in and rescue him if necessary, right? If necessary. Could you do that? I don't know. Not for 7 days, unless I really had to. Let's say your plane went down in the bush, or It took them a week to find you. Do you think you could survive? What would you do? Salvage things off the plane? Let's say you were the lone survivor, right? Heaven forbid, knock on wood, double knocks, right? You're the only guy who made it. Would you stay close to the plane? What would you do? First thing I do is I build a signal fire. 3 piles. 1, 2, 3, SOS. And light them. Three fires. Yeah, SOS. Right? And try and find something reflective, right? If you have to take something off the plane or whatever, something reflective to signal the up in the sky, the plane might be searching for you. They'll see that flash in the sky. Right. Shalom. Yeah, shalom. Shalom, my friend. Shalom. Hello, how you doing? Thank you for checking out the show. Scarboro talking the real woo, right? Sasquatch and Dogman encounters, right? What's that, Johnny P? Send link in chat in about 10 minutes. I can go up. Battery charging. Right on. Okay. I will do that. Where are you going, Heather?
Yeah, I gotta go to the store.
Oh. All right. Hold on a sec. Cool. Yeah, 1 minute. Play one more video here. I'll try and get that done for you, Johnny. 1 minute, 2 minutes. All right. Okay, 1 minute. I'll be right back. I just got to take care of something. John, here's the link. Johnny, there's the link. Okay, grab the link and come on board. I want to let me know you have it, and I can take it down. Sorry, I was doing something here. What's that? Hold on. All right, take this down. All right. You got the link, John? Just a minute. All right, hurry up. I want to take it down. Right on. All right. You got it? Or whatever. Okay. Okay, yes? All right. Thanks. All right. Let me know when you're ready to come on. We'll get you going here. Right. All right. Hold on. Cool. All right. All right. Hello. You okay? UFO Hunter?
What's
All right.
up?
Peace. Hello. April 1.
Good to see you, my brother. Rock on.
Yeah, we're rocking on here. All the way from Canada. With Miles Goodwin and April 1.
Yeah.
15 April 1.
It's Miles. Miles Goodwin.
We're having
Right.
a big storm
April
now.
9.
Right.
R.I.P. Sorry.
15 April
Oh,
1.
look who's here.
75 years old.
Look
The
out.
voice of April Wine. Yeah, poor Miles.
All right. This will be done in a second. Right.
Miles
I
Goodwin.
like
right
the
there.
rock.
I like the rock.
Ah, little Bambina.
Well,
We
Hey,
like
little
to rock.
Bambina. She likes to rock and roll, eh? Yeah.
It's Baby Mel.
Baby Mel?
Miles Goodwin. Right
Yep.
there,
Right
folks.
on. Little Bambina Mel. Right. Cool.
1978. Remember that golden year?
Right.
He loves the phone.
Cool. All right. I think that's all for April 1.
She
Okay,
loves the
hold on.
phone.
Right on. Cool. So what's new, Mr. UFO Hunter?
We had the interview today with our brother Ryan. I think it went good.
Right on.
Other
Cool.
than that, it's been stormy, and
Yeah.
we got Ingrid, the depression Ingrid, and now and I don't know what the hell we have now. Now it's like the rest of it, maybe.
Yeah. Yeah, we got rough
But
weather.
it's trees down and stuff like that, you know.
We got
So it's
minus
not
15.
funny.
Yeah. We're like minus 15, 20 with the wind chill.
Jeez,
Yeah, it's freezing.
we're like 6, 7, but it doesn't go lower. Supposedly, it was gonna snow, but because I'm like 9 kilometers from the sea,
Right. Are
it
you on
never
the
really warm. It gets too cold, you know.
are you on the Mediterranean side or the Atlantic side?
Atlantic.
Oh, okay. So you get the ocean currents. That should keep you pretty warm. You know,
Yeah,
between
because
between.
it still gets a lot of the water from Africa, you know.
Right, right. Okay, for sure.
And you, my brother, everything went well. I received your message,
Right,
and please do not worry. You know, I know we all have lives, you know,
right, right. My
and
partner
there are
Heather,
better moments
she
than
wanted to be
others.
on. She wanted to do a show bad. I promised her I'd put her on, and oh yeah, sometimes it's not easy. You know,
Don't
I wanted
worry,
to do your
brother.
show by myself, though mostly. And it's
Oh, okay. I'm glad. I want Heather as well to be there.
yeah. Next time, sure, we will come on. I promise you.
Yeah, me too. Don't worry, please. We're
Right.
fine.
Okay.
Um, okay, so my kids, they're doing a little bit of noise there. Either way, do you wanna keep showing us more stuff today,
Sure,
or what
sure.
you wanna do?
Yeah, sure. I'll run a couple videos. I'll give you a couple minutes here. No problem. All right. Okay, give me a minute here. I'll run a couple videos by.
You, I don't
Here.
wanna, I don't wanna talk too
Okay, it's
much
okay. It's okay.
about like what we could talk on my channel, but we can talk. We can do a little prelude to
Yeah,
the
you can
show.
talk. What do you feel? Whatever you feel comfortable with that. Right. I can try
Yeah,
and
like
fill in some.
UFOs, more UFO
Yeah,
stuff, and
sure.
Please stop
Sure. I
following.
got a few things I want to talk
but
about.
I want to know
Funny other
about
stuff.
your experiences. So
Mhm.
what I really care
Sure.
is you really,
Right.
what you've
Right, right.
lived, and
I will. Yeah, I
yeah,
can talk about a couple of my
like
UFO
I like
experience.
to do it. It's like a chronologic
Right,
experience investigation, and
right,
like that we kind of get a sense on each other's experiences, and if
right.
we all gather enough information, we can even create like it's like a book, of knowledge of these
Sure.
things and how to keep them afloat, or
Hmm.
do not be bothered by them, like
Okay.
Steve Mira was talking about,
Right, right. I can tell you that one time, one evening there, right, summertime evening, 2011, right. Heather
Yeah.
and myself were down at the Q Beach, right, down in Toronto Harborfront there, Woodbine Beach, Q
Okay.
Beach, whatever they call it, right. And there's
Yeah.
at least 100, 200 people at the beach, right, on the sand, on the boardwalk, and right. It was summertime.
Yeah.
What was it? July, August, Heather? That time. The time we were at the beach, and then we went to get fries later. When was that? In the late summer, right? Yeah, right. So anyway, I see I look up in the sky and I see at first I see about 5 discs hovering over the beach, like about 100 yards out from the beach over the water,
Okay.
about a couple 100 feet in the air, and they weren't even that high up in the air, about 300 feet up in the air. Right then I
Wow,
look and
brother.
there's then it's about 7 discs, right, and this scene has been recorded and put on the internet, right, and then when I seen it, I said that's our encounter. And it's funny. I seen him. And I told Heather, and she looked up and she could see, I think, a little bit of them. Did you see any of them, Heather, that time or no? I was the only one. And what's funny? There must have been at least 200 people on that beach from one end to the other. And I'd say there was only a handful of people, anywhere from 5 to 10 people out of those 200, rough approximate 200 people that early evening, right? Still, it's like an overcast sunset. It was a bit, right? So
Okay.
closer to about what? About 7:30, 8 o'clock at night, and it was still light out, right? Okay, it's summer.
Yeah.
There's still lights about 9 o'clock. Okay,
Yep. Yep.
but so I
Wow.
know I started observing the crowd, and I seen about somewhere between 5 and 10 people at any given time down the stretch of beach, right, and boardwalk, who actually looked up and one or two pointed up, said they see something, but 98% of those people there did not see those UFOs, including my partner Heather. After I even pointed them out, she said she couldn't see
She
them.
couldn't like distinguish them from the clouds.
They weren't in the clouds. They were like below the cloud. Any clouds they were.
Also, it was easy to spot
Yes,
them for
yes, that's what
you.
I'm saying. They were clearly seen, and then
And
as they flew
could
along,
you see details on them, or they
no,
had
they were
no
just
details?
they were the classic round discs. You know,
Okay, with
the
no
classic
portholes, just full metal disc.
metal. Silverish blue type of metal.
And how did they move, or were they static?
They were just like hovering, sort of, and they were moving slowly along towards a westerly direction, right down to
Okay.
the harbor front downtown, right where the office buildings and all that are, right?
And
And
did you
and
spot
just
them
and
going away?
pardon me?
Did
No,
you
they
spot them
hovered
going
there.
away?
That's what I'm saying. They hovered slowly down, a couple hundred yards down to the waterfront, 100 yards or so down towards the waterfront,
Wow.
right? It's 100 yards,
And
200
not
yards, whatever it is.
everybody could spot them. That's very
No, no,
amazing. I've
no,
heard
no,
that.
no, no. No, I said only 10, no more than 10 people were actually looking up. I checked all the faces on the beaches to see how many people could
Okay.
see them. And there was only about 10 people max at any given time who could actually see them right beside their
Wow.
friends. Friends couldn't see it. So I'm saying that, right there, it's the optical illusion, right? It's
Yeah. Do you
why
think it could
are we
be?
not programmed? Are we not programmed? I think a majority of,
Yeah.
of us are not programmed to receive the information,
Yes. Yes,
right? Do you
because
understand what I'm
that's
saying?
happened to a friend as well, to a friend of mine. He
Right,
saw a fleet of them passing on the clouds,
right, right,
and his girlfriend was next to him, and she saw nothing at all.
right.
At least Heather saw something, she saw, oh, I can see there's
Yeah,
something like
she
some
said there was
shadows or whatever, but
I'm not. She said she could see something moving, but she couldn't see the details. Do you understand?
yeah, and yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And then only a couple, while they flew down more towards the as they drifted along, like hovered along at a slow pace till they got to
Yeah.
the harbor front downtown. We're in the east end, right? And so they went on a westerly direction down to the harbor, and then over the skyline, the Toronto
Yeah.
skyline. They were hovering there over the skyline. And I can't remember if four more joined them after. I think it might have been a total of 11. I'm not. I have to check it out, the footage. Right, but I remember there was 7 of them.
What year was that?
2011.
Okay, I do have some
2011.
sightings in 2013 of
Right.
2-3 meter wide saucers from a friend of mine, like near the river here, like 10 kilometer, maybe like 8 kilometers from here, near the
Oh
river.
yeah.
Yeah, it passed him over his balcony. He was smoking a joint with his wife on
Right.
the balcony, and it was a full moon. He told me it was like 3 days after St. John's, which is on the 21st of June. So it was
Right.
like on the 23rd.
Okay.
And him and his
Ours
wife
was like
saw
late
them
August or something. I think it
hovering
was-
over them,
yeah.
20 meters above their heads. Look at the distance,
Right.
20
Wow.
meters.
That's cool.
No noise, no lights, no portholes, full metal, like that silver,
Right.
but dull, not colorful, not bright. The dull one, like.
Right. You could tell ours were metallic. Like the silver metallic.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that was the ones, but because it was night, it wasn't shining a lot, even though
Right.
he caught the glint from the full moon hitting the UFO, the saucer, and it hit his glasses, and that's why he looked up.
Right. It was weird.
Crazy, right?
Right. Because at the time we're standing on the beach and I'm looking, out
It's
to the
11
water.
o'clock at night.
Right. And I just happened to look up in the sky and I seen them. I didn't see where they came from or anything. They were just there all of a sudden. You know what I'm saying?
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't see where they all of a sudden they're just there. And then that's when I go to Heather, do you see those things up there? And she said, no. Right. And then I looked at the beach, and I was lucky there was at least 200 people on that beach that night from one end
Yep.
of the boardwalk down. And I noticed even after as I started walking down, following the path that they took, the westerly direction on the boardwalk, and then same thing. I only 1 out of 10 people was noticing that there was something going on. And then after when they went down to the harbor front, not many people were looking. but like I said, at that critical moment at the beach, I just happened. I was lucky to be able to scour the beach and see the different faces, and even like standing beside their friends. They were the only ones seeing him. The friends were not seeing him or even paying attention to what was going on. So that was remarkable. I was lucky to be there at that time.
Yeah.
Right? I'll give you another
right
one.
When it becomes from day to night, right?
Right. The twilight, twilight's last gleaming, after that it started getting dark and right. It was all over, and then I was surprised to see it on the internet, the footage years later, 10 years later. Right. I'm like, wow, I was there. And
oh, did you see footage from that sighting?
Pardon me?
You saw footage from that sighting?
Yeah, on the internet. Somebody I know on their channel, right? They were doing a live show.
Oh my God, you should get that. I'd love to
I will search for it, okay? I will search for the footage and show you what I'm talking about. Okay?
Crazy. Look, if it was on the camera then, on the video, it's because
right.
It could be like a cloaking.
Yeah, I was going to get to that. Right. And I was wondering if we were, it's funny you say
because
that.
As you said, your wife saw something, but she couldn't focus.
No, she couldn't.
I was thinking maybe the angle of the sun. Does your wife wear glasses? No.
No. She has better vision than I do. She could see far away, right? That's what's funny.
Okay, you should have told me that. You should have told me that straight up, and I would have not thought about it.
Right. But she was able to
because
see.
I've seen your wife and she doesn't wear glasses, so yeah.
Right. So that was interesting.
So it could have had to do with the angle.
Yeah,
no,
she was standing right beside me, and no, it's just
okay. Well, she was right
she could see something, something blurry or whatever. Like she could sense there was something there, but she couldn't see the detail of the. Like I said, only about 10 people out of about 200 that were on that beach.
Oh, that's interesting, man.
Right.
Look, that makes me think of maybe some eye characteristic.
Right. And you know what? There was only like maybe 2 people pointing up to the sky where they were on the angle, like a 45-degree angle where they were above us, right?
Wow.
And then watch them hover slowly across the lake.
What were their size? The size of them?
Oh, I'd say they look like from where I was, like maybe they didn't look that big. They weren't
3 meters wide.
No,
like
they looked only about to where I was standing, I'd say they were only about a meter wide.
Oh,
Like a meter,
interesting.
3 feet wide, 1 meter.
Okay, okay.
They look like small discs, like shot put discs, the disc,
Like, do you think there was someone inside, or probably not?
Oh, of course there was there. I'm not sure, but they were like almost like a triangular formation, with a leader, and then it was staggered back, 2, 1, 2, 3, whatever, like but they were in a triangular pattern, right? With
Yeah.
with the pointy end at the top of the triangle, leading the way, triangular
Oh, they were in a
pattern.
triangular formation.
Yeah, almost like ducks would be, going, but not quite, because they filled up the triangle. Do you know what I mean?
Yes.
It wasn't just a trailer. Like they weren't trailing like you see ducks or geese. You know how they trail? These actually filled the pattern like almost like bowling, like not bowling pins, like
Yes, yes. Bowling pins, like in
yeah,
lines.
yes, with the one
Interesting.
leader in the front, then 2, then 3, whatever, sort of
And
formation.
no noise at all.
No, you couldn't hear them. No, there was no noise. Mind you, the noise, there was a lot of noise on the beach at the time, right? From all the people, right?
Yeah.
But no, they weren't there. You couldn't hear no whirring noise or any propulsion, anything like that. And they looked like they were just hovering, you know? Just remember that. They were hovering. So I like what you said. I was going to mention that. I was thinking at the time that it might be a hologram to see how many people might notice, like somebody,
Yes.
playing, like, where's mine?
I thought you wanted you to do yourself.
Interesting.
Yeah, but I can have it, Heather.
Because that
I'll take care of yours
technology of the
first.
hologram, I
Right.
do believe it exists.
Oh, yeah. That's what I was thinking, that it might be a hologram, right? But somebody, I don't know.
Or
The
it
show
could just be some drone technology. It could be some
2011, maybe.
floating technology. If
I
you
don't know,
think about
but
it.
in 2011, the UFO show I was on, watching there in the chat line, whatever. They said they said they were real. Okay, do you understand what I'm saying? They whatever, they verified that it was real UFOs. Okay, at the
Okay.
time, but that's their opinion, right? Me, I was thinking more they were like hold on.
Don't worry.
What do you call it? They were I thought they were what do you call those? The cloak, what was I just talking about, Heather?
You were talking about the clone.
I forgot as well, man. I'm
Yeah,
so sorry.
what do you call it?
Of the spaceships or
Yeah, what do you call that? Holograms, right? Yeah,
Yes.
a hologram. Okay, hold on 1 second. 1 second, please. I got to do one thing.
There is a technology called aerogel, which they say it have you heard about aerogel?
What's that? Aerogel?
It's like a lightweight material that if you compress it inside like a metal shell or something,
Right.
it will float. So you can use a system of compressing and decompressing the aerogel to make it fly, okay?
Right.
So that technology apparently is technology used to go to the moon. So it's here for a long, long time.
Right.
And people think that that could be part of the reason why they became secretive, because these flying saucers, you just need a little bit of that, and then maybe the weight, and then you can kind of fly. You just need a propulsion to go forward, because going up and down, you can use the aerogel. So it's kind of a Zeppelin, but much safer, because everything floats, like the material
Right.
around the craft. It's the thing that is floating. You just have to build it in a certain way so they can compress it or decompress it, and it goes up and down, something like that. It's called aerogel. I was thinking it could be that,
Well, Nancy,
because you told me they were floating, kind of hovering and going slowly. So
Okay.
maybe if it had a cloaking system, kind
thank
of
you.
something to disguise from the sky, some people would be better than others maybe at observing it. I'm just trying to think,
Right.
because we do know that usually most of the sightings, it's usually even the ones I have, they are misunderstood, but the one you had looks like the real deal,
Right.
But I
because
do like to think of what it could be if it's not the real deal,
I
Just
thought
think
they
about
might
it,
be.
discuss
Yeah.
it.
I thought somebody might be doing a hologram or something,
Yeah, that's interesting. The
right?
hologram.
But like I said, I noticed about, I seen within, within 50 to 100 feet of me, of where I'm standing, there was two
Yeah,
people,
and there were
right?
seven,
And there,
7 is a
yeah,
big
one guy
number.
was about 40 feet away from me. The other guy was about 75, 80 feet, both pointing up directly 45-degree angle, right, to where the craft were in the sky. And it was amazing. Like, I was lucky to be able to read the faces on the beach at that time and see how many people could actually see them,
Yeah.
and other
Because
people were looking
remember,
up, they
people
could
are
see.
not thinking about it, even if it's time to go home really at 8,
People
9
didn't
o'clock.
notice. That's what I'm saying. People weren't noticing that these were in the sky right there, out in the clear, And they did look like real craft, like real discs, like like you see from the Hollywood movies from the 50s and 60s, the circular discs, right? And they looked about
Nice.
3 to 6 feet, max. They wouldn't be no more than 3 to 6 feet wide, 1 meter tops, 6 feet wide. 3 to 6 feet, I would say. They look like small discs hovering through, almost like the size of a large goose, like not
Yeah,
even.
like a Volkswagen Beetle,
No,
maybe
they didn't look
smaller.
that big. Did not look that big, and that's what I was surprised, it almost looked like
So probably
you know how
nobody
they
was
they
inside,
put those how they shoot, those guys who shoot those discs out of the sky,
Yes.
fire, boom, that's what it looked like. The size
Oh,
of
so it
that
was
almost,
more
but it's
like a
just
drone, maybe
right. I don't
drones.
think they were drones because they all flew. I don't think technology was the greatest back then.
Yeah, but I mean like scout drones of the aliens. What I mean.
Right. Now
Yeah,
I
they didn't have
experienced.
people. They didn't have beings inside. That's what I'm supposing, unless they
Oh,
were very small.
yeah. They could have been remotely controlled or something,
Mm.
right? But why would they have? You know, you could do that with one or two, but why would you have a formation going with seven of them? Right?
Yeah.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Right?
Hmm.
Why would you have a formation then? What was their purpose? Having seven in a row, seven in a group, they're flying towards the downtown harbor front to the skyline, and they were hovering over the skyline for a few minutes and then took off. Right? I forget where they went. They just took off, I think, but they were there for a couple of minutes checking out the skyline.
They just floated away, right? They didn't They didn't stop and then they launched again, right? They kind of just came
Yeah, I
passing
never
by
see where they
slowly.
came. Yeah, I never did see where they originated from. All of a sudden, 1 minute we're at the beach, this, that. Next minute I look up and I said, "Wow, what's going on?" I can't remember if it was even. I seen people at the beach looking up, and I said, "What are they all looking?" And I look up and I said, I can't remember if it was one of those or myself. Hold on. Right. Interesting. It was.
Interesting, brother.
Yeah. But
Did you see anything else? Have you seen any other
yeah.
sighting?
I'll tell you in a minute. Okay, give me 1 minute. Okay. All
Of
right. Hold on.
course.
Let me just play something here for a second. Hold on. 1 second. I'll be right with you. Just want to play something for 1 minute here.
Yes, let's go.
I get it.
No worries, brother.
All right. 1 second. I'll try to find another interesting. All right. Hold on. Crap here, Heather.
Video in privado.
Is that you or me? Where?
Yes, video in privado.
Yeah, hold on a second. Hold on. Thank you. Okay. 1 minute. Hold on, let's put that. All right. All right. That's better. I didn't eat something hot. Get my throat working here. All right. That's better. Hey, Johnny, you still with us? Yeah. Second time, I remember check our east view. Oh, well, what's up here? Anything? Oh, whatever. We're going down here. Check that out. Nothing there.
It's not over.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Hold on. Great. We're back in town. Sorry, I had to take a bathroom break. All right. We are back. Sorry, I had to take a bathroom and have something hot for my throat. We don't fucking lose our voice.
I'm here.
Yeah, no problem.
I'm
All
here,
right,
brother.
we're here and we're talking.
Okay, so tell me about your other case.
All right, when I was a kid, tobogganing, I had to be I'm trying to think here. I think I was 13, 12 or 13. We're down at the park and we're tobogganing. It was winter time, right?
Yeah.
And it was about half a dozen, 6 or 8 people, about 8 people, right? Some teenagers, whatever, and
Us. Okay.
2 kids, including myself, right? A young
Where
adult.
were you? You
At,
were in the park?
Yeah, the local park there, tobogganing,
Okay. What's tobogganing?
It's like you're on a sled and you go down the hill on the snow, like a sled.
Oh,
Yeah,
awesome.
like a wooden toboggan. It's a curved, it's a piece of wood that curves up and you sit on it with a
Yeah,
rope,
you sit down.
right?
Awesome.
Right. And you go
Awesome.
down the hill. So it was near our junior high school. So
Awesome.
it was in the evening, I think like a Sunday evening, right? And all I could see, it was down, I could see these, we're all looking at these 3 big orange globes of light, right? solid orange, right? You know, three of them, right? And they were down by, where approximately would be the iron works, where the big cranes and where they put pieces of steel or iron together, welding and all that stuff. And I was wondering if they were and I mean these were huge globes, like almost like you'd be staring at a sunset, and there was three of them. I'm thinking, are these the at the time they were building in downtown Toronto, they were building the CN Tower. You've heard of
Okay.
the tower? No?
It's like a building.
Yeah.
Business building.
Communications building downtown. It's like a triangular shape that goes up with a globe, a round thing there and a pointy antenna,
Awesome.
right? You just check it out later, right? The CN Tower.
Okay.
Right. So anyways,
Sears Tower.
so they were still constructing the antenna part, right? The mast there with the antenna to put up. And I was wondering if they were the Sikorsky helicopters, right? But you couldn't hear no copters, but maybe we were too far because we were at the top of the valley that you ski down and across the creek, and then you had to go up. There's still a couple blocks. Where were we? I'd say about 2 miles away at least from where that was taking place. Okay. And I mean, these balls were huge balls of light, orange. They were just hovering there, barely moving. They were moving, but very slow, right?
What was the size?
The
I know it's difficult, but what was the size?
Like, I mean, in reference, not the same as the sun, but they were, remember the sun's, way up there.
When it's sunset, okay.
Right.
Okay.
But it wasn't sunset. This was already, getting dark, right? Right. The sun was already down. This is winter time. Okay. Right.
Okay.
So the sun's already had set, whatever, to the west. This was to our south. Okay. That's what I'm saying.
So they weren't creating much light. They were just.
No, they were. They were creating, like, they were big orange discs, balls of light, like disc circles, right? Three of them. I was wondering if it was, a big light off the helicopter or something else, right? But there was three balls of light, and I don't know. People were staring at this and that, and they didn't say. I don't know if one person might have said it might be a UFO, or I don't know. They didn't mention helicopter or anything. We couldn't hear any helicopter blades where we were, like the whirring noise, the blades.
Okay.
So I can't tell you. It was always a mystery,
Okay.
But it was just where it was. Who knows, right? So, anyways, that was that was the first one. Well, then later I had that same kind of ball of light, but this time it was more yellowish orange, yellowish color, following us on the highway as I'm driving. Okay, up north, going north on the highway, right? Right.
Ah. Aí achas que poderá ter acontecido alguma coisa ali? Okay.
Right.
Sorry, we just lost connection apparently.
Yeah, it's okay.
A connection from the TV.
Mm-hmm.
But the internet is still good because I'm still using the wireless and it seems good.
Right.
But
Did you have a power outage?
Not working. There's a big storm now. Actually, it just stopped now a little bit. It just stopped.
Okay.
But
Sure.
A minute ago, it was like a big wind and started raining. So it's a bit weird.
All right. So we were mesmerized by those three orangey discs, circular shapes,
Orbs,
right?
yeah.
They had to be, I'd say, with the circumference of about 6 to 10 feet,
Also
wide.
bigger,
The lights had to be at least that big, okay?
Oh, they were bigger, car size.
Yeah. They weren't like a car light, like a headlight, let's say in the distance you see a car headlight.
Yeah.
These were like huge balls of light, orangey, orangey yellow light, And so years later, okay, so just keep that in mind, right? They were just hovering there. So years later, I'm on the highway, okay? This is like the late 90s, right?
Yeah.
Driving my Lincoln. I'm on the highway. Boom, boom, boom. I see, I look to my left, right? I'm going northbound, okay? Going up north, right? Away from the city. I'm about 50 miles, at least 75 miles away from the city, right?
Yeah.
So I look to my left and I see what looks to appear to be Venus at first. The planet Venus, right?
Yeah.
Big yellow, orangey, yellowish orange globe in the sky. Yellowish globe, right? I'm thinking it's either the moon or Venus, whatever, but it looked more like Venus at the time, right? So I started thinking that's not a mystery, because and then I'm on a highway, right? And we had a big boulevard in between, right? The northbound and southbound was separated by at least 200, 100 feet, 200 feet of boulevard, grass, and whatever, separating the northbound and southbound. So because people used to complain the lights would blind you, the opposite direction of traffic would be blinding you. So they separated them. And had the highways would curve off, okay, turn towards the right, towards the town, okay,
Yeah.
the next off ramp, right, where I was going, right, I was going up north. So what happened was, as I just kept looking over at this light, and I was in a group of about 5 or 6 cars, right. I'm on the inside lane, right. There we got a ditch beside us, right? There's it wasn't paved. You know what I mean? The shoulder was a ditch, okay? So, and there was a guardrail. So, a tight guardrail. It was a 2-lane road, right? Highway. So, and then there's a few 100 feet, 200 feet of grass, in between the boulevard, and then the southbound lanes, right? With the direction of traffic. So, anyways, so I kept seeing this light kept fucking shining on me, on our cars, right? The beam of light from this big yellowish globe. Right? You hear? I'll let you finish there. From the yellowish globe, we had a bright light following us, right? In the sky. And I'm thinking it's Venus or something, right? But then the light somehow mysteriously was being cast upon our vehicles as we're traveling, right? A beam of light, yellowish light, yeah. And I'm on the inside lane, pretty well the last car. I can't get past these guys, they're blocking. Everyone's moving together like a turtle, stuck together, right?
Yeah.
Not leaving any openings to pass them or anything, The outside lanes, right, are hugging toward, the cars on the inside, bunched together. So we're traveling for a couple miles, right? And I noticed the light, and then I moved up a bit. I'm pushing the guy in front of me to move up a bit, right? So I get a little closer, but I still can't pass any of these cars. I'm still stuck on the inside lane. But I look at the passengers. There's a family. It looked like they were Hispanic or something, of one family. And then there was this other car in front of me. And then an older guy in front of me.
Okay.
Right.
And were they seeing it as well?
So all of a sudden, and then I sort of drifted back, right? Because, whatever. They were slowing up, speeding up, slowing down, whatever. Yes. I couldn't get past this group of 5, 6 cars, including myself. I was the last one. I caught up to this group of 4 or 5 cars, okay? So I'd be like the 5th car, approximately. If there was 6 cars or 5, I can't remember right now. But anyways, when I drifted back, right, a bit, and I ended up, I was the last car. All of a sudden, this light that I told you was hitting our cars, right, being cast, right. We're starting to turn off, right. We're starting to turn to the right, to following the highway, right. It was curving off to the right towards the off ramp of the town coming up a couple miles down the road. You can see the
Okay.
off ramp, right. Okay. Well, the big light of this yellow globe in the sky, it should have stayed, you know, in the center of that boulevard. Instead, it starts moving with us on the turn. Do you know what I'm saying? Right?
Yeah.
Instead of being, we should have been pulling away from the light and the globe, right? Instead, it's following us, right? It starts to fall. It's going into the curve with us. Do you understand? Instead of
Okay, I'm listening.
instead of it being dormant in the middle, it's actually following us and turning to the right with us. I said, that shouldn't be happening. I said, the moon or the planet should not be doing that. We should be moving away from this planet or from this light.
Yeah.
From this globe emitting a yellowish light. And all of a sudden, the light, I see it. It's creeping up.
No.
Okay, let me know when you're ready.
Weird, man. Very weird.
The next thing that happens is I'm the last car, okay? This light starts creeping up.
Olha, o que é que tem aí a porta?
John.
Okay, there's something happening over. Ai, Jesus.
Listen, the yellowish light, it starts creeping up my door, right?
Yeah.
My driver's side door, starts to look like a hand is creeping up. This light turns into a hand and it's creeping up towards me. Okay.
Oh my gosh. But what?
Yeah.
Not your car, the other car.
No, on my car. It looks like the light, it starts to creep up. The door, my driver's side door starts to creep up and it starts changing into fingers and a hand. Okay?
Oh my
Like a hand is coming up to get
crazy.
me. Oh yeah, I panicked. I freaked out. I hit the gas. Right? Next thing you know, I because at the time I was like 20 feet behind the pack of cars, right? So I forced my way into the pack, right? Push the guy up a bit, force him forward. So I'm buried right in the middle of this pack of cars now. So I see the light. It's coming again, right? And it hits the car, the outside car beside me with the family of Hispanic people. And all of a sudden, they're illuminated inside the car, okay? The light.
Oh my God.
The light has illuminated the people, this family, inside the car. And they look like they're frozen in time, okay? With this terrifying look on their faces. I'm not joking, okay?
Oh my gosh, that's really amazing, man.
Right? I'm freaking out, okay? I'm bucking next to him. I'm hitting the horn and brr, I'm right on the bumper of the guy in front of me, okay? And
So he looks to the
I'm yelling out the window. I got my head and my arm out the window. I'm going, go. I said, go, right? Because that light cast on all of us, okay? All the cars.
Wow.
But after I seen it, it went inside the vehicle, right? And next thing you know, this whole family.
They were frozen.
Yeah, they were frozen in time. Like this, whatever. Like,
and the car's still going.
And they're not moving. I mean, they're frozen in time, like with the yellow light on them, and they got this look of terror on their face. Every single one of them, including the driver, the passenger, the family, the mother and the father, the kids in the back seat. They're absolutely mortified, man. Something is inside with them in that light. There's something in that light. Do you understand? Mm-hmm. And so I when it started crawling up my door, and a hand appeared. It looked like a hand was coming up to get me, and that's when I panicked. And instead, it went into the other car, right? And I seen that as I moved
and
up.
It froze them.
Pardon me?
It froze them.
Yeah, they were in the light. The beings, alien beings, whoever they were in that light doing something to the people in the car or whatever. Something was going
Wow.
on. Like, like it wasn't just a light. You can see stuff floating in the air at
Moving
the light. You know
inside.
what I mean?
Yeah.
Little fucking things were floating around in the light. I've never said this before, but there was little objects or stuff like it was weird, man. It wasn't just a light. And it wasn't dust particles. It looked like little things. And I've seen other stuff where there's stuff floating in, but there was definition to them. This didn't have definition. These things, whatever they were floating inside that light, they were a different color than the yellowish light, and they're floating around inside the car. And these
Wow.
people, they're not moving, right? I don't know how the guy was driving, okay?
Yeah.
And and he's like holding the steering wheel, right? Because we're starting to go into a curve, and I'm thinking, how the heck is he driving? Because he's not moving. And that's when I started signaling. I'm on the bumper. I'm honking the horn. I got my head as after I passed the car and seen it. It was casting on our cars, the light. But I pulled away. But then the light hit the other car too, in front of the one that was frozen. Right? It hit the one on the outside lane, the lead car. Right?
Yeah.
Both of them, the light hit them. Right? They were, something was going on in their car. I don't know. I pushed the guys in front of my car to move, man, to go. There was 2 or 3 of them, and it was affecting them. Okay, big time. I'm telling the guy, I'm yelling. After I passed them, right? I'm yelling. That's when I stuck my head out in my arm, and I'm screaming, "Go, guys, go!" I'm going to the guy, "Go, man, go!" I'm yelling at the top of my lungs, "Go!" Yelling, "Go, man, go!" I'm right on his bumper. I got him. I finally got up to from 60, what is it at? It was 50 kilometers an hour speed limit. I think I had him up to like whatever it was, 90 miles an hour or whatever. I think my speedo was saying 100, 120 or whatever it was, like 90 miles an hour. I got him up 80. And eventually I got him up to like 85, 90 miles an hour, right on his bumper. And I'm praying, whatever you do, don't stop or you're going to be pancaked.
How did it end? How did it end?
Well, anyways, so I pushed. Finally, he got the message and he sped up, right? I kept pushing him to speed up more and more. Finally, we left that group of cars behind because I got up to 90 miles an hour on his bumper, right on his bumper. Okay. And I'm pushing him forward, right? Go. I said, go. So we cleared that pack and left them behind.
Did you see
right?
anything on your rear mirror?
Yeah, I left the cars behind. I pushed this guy 90 miles an hour. The speed limit was 50 miles an hour, right? 80 kilometers an hour. I got him up to 140 kilometers, whatever it was, 130, 140. I'm pushing him, right? And I had to go. And then finally, we left these guys behind, right? And I told them to pull over. I kept signaling. Put my signal on, pull over. I kept saying, pull over. And he finally pulled over.
They were probably scared of you.
Right? So we pulled over on the side of the highway, just in front of the off-ramp, okay? Right in front of the off-ramp, okay? Next thing we're waiting. I said, something happened back there. I told the guy, hey, that light, there was something really wrong with that yellow light. Did you see the light? He goes, yeah, it hit my car, he said, right? Yeah, there was something wrong, I said, I see the people beside me. They were freaking out. They were in absolute abject terror, the look on their faces. They were frozen. I said, in terror, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this, telling you to fucking go and then telling you to pull over, okay?
Yeah.
And I said, I think we experienced some missing time, I told him, right? Missing time, There was a couple minutes.
You think so?
Oh, I know so. There was at least a minute or two that was missing. Couple minutes, right? And then we're waiting for the cars
to see if the other cars come by.
Yeah, well, one car went straight, okay, by. One other car, there was 3 of them. One turned off on the off ramp, slowed down a bit, but was speeding. But the same thing, they were fear on their faces as they went by.
Okay.
Right, and then we're waiting and waiting. I go, where's that third car? They were all together, right? They all came at separate times. Okay, do you hear me?
Wow.
They were all bunched together in a row, like right in front of each other, bumper to bumper. Okay? All of a sudden,
Wow, incredible.
one car turns off on the off ramp. We go by, they see they got a look of terror on their face. Okay? They're freaking out. Okay, like and they're going speeding
Oh
into
my
the off
gosh,
ramp.
if you had talked with them.
Right? The second car comes racing by us, kept going straight north, right? And then finally, I go, where's that third car with the family? You haven't come by yet. And they took a couple minutes after that last car we seen. They finally coming. And the same thing, they're freaking. The look on their faces are in absolute panic stricken. Okay? Freaking out.
Wow.
They went into that off ramp 80, 90 miles an hour, wherever it was, right? Okay. They raced right through the inner. Okay. They didn't stop. They went right twice. They almost looked, I swear to God, man, twice while they're going in the off ramp, it's shaped like a banana, the off ramp. Okay. Right. Curved.
Yeah.
A deep curve. And twice it looked like they were going to go up on two wheels and flip the car. Okay. Because they're doing 80, 90 miles an hour on a 35 mile an hour off.
Yeah, you can't do that.
Right. So, and they
And
ran
no
the red
crafts
light.
anymore. You didn't see the crafts anymore.
Twice they almost went, their wheels raised up off the ground, and they looked like they were going to flip the car over. And somehow the car
And,
managed
you
to come
didn't
back
see
down.
the UFOs anymore. The
Hold
UFOs
on.
were gone.
Yeah. And then they went through the red light, almost hit two cars, and zigzagged, whatever, and were gone. They didn't stop. They were doing 80, 90 miles an hour through the intersection. But when I passed them, they were only doing 50, 60 kilometers, 80 kilometers an hour. All of a sudden, they're doing 120, okay? After. And it took them, I'd say it was a good 2 or 3 minutes between the last car that went by. There were three cars, right? When the first car went by, it was another minute or so before the second car, and then it was another 3 minutes before the third car came by. And they were all freaking out, the outside lane cars. Okay? Yeah. How do you explain that? And this guy, the whole family, they went through the red light. They almost hit a couple cars. They kept going. They weren't stopping. Okay? Yeah. Oh, God.
Crazy, man.
Yeah.
So it was this time it was orange.
No, it was a yellow light.
Yellow light, okay.
Yellow.
With a beam. The beam was yellow too?
Yes.
Okay.
Like you ever see the planet? You ever see the planet Venus has that yellow?
Yes.
look?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, this looked like the planet Venus at first, right? Until it started to follow us up into the curve of the highway, and then in that. But when we turned off, whatever, somehow I think it kept going, the yellow light, because I didn't see it after. I went through the town, and I went a different route to get away from this light. Okay, whatever it was, but I never seen anything like that, where these people were actually frozen in time. Like, they were moving, like they were turned, like they weren't just sitting there looking straight ahead. They were trying to avoid whatever was in the light. Do you understand? The people in the back seat, right, of the car?
Wow.
Right? The one person was turned and looking almost towards me, right? And that's why I could see his face and eyes and everything. And that look of terror on his face. His mouth was open. He was like trying to scream, looked like he was screaming or something, in terror. Yeah, no word of lie. Okay. What do you think? I panicked and freaked out, started beating on that horn. Yeah. And getting pushed.
And you were trying to wake him up.
Yeah, that's right. I did. He finally got the message and hit the gas. And, I pushed him out of it.
I can see, like, when we're driving and the guy in front is drunk, they start swerving, but this time it was because of the light, right? Instead of trying to wake up a sleepy driver.
Right.
Wow, man, crazy.
It is. It is. It's absolutely wild, man. You know
And
that
these
part
things
there.
happen, we can see that they happen, with,
For sure. That's why I said I
with
asked the
us.
guy in front of me, and he didn't know. He didn't know what that guy was freaked out. The guy I got to pull over on the side of the highway. I never
Yeah.
gave him. You know, I I wrote my name, whatever, on a piece of paper, but I just got his first name. I didn't get his last name. I didn't write his. I think I might have wrote his
Phone,
license
or
plate
you never
down, but
contact. Yeah.
no. I said, don't be surprised. I said, if one day you hear about this, but then again, excuse me. Then again, you might not. I said, you know what I'm saying, right? And
Yeah,
then
it's definitely a weird phenomenon.
you did, yeah. The guy's looking at me because I had, at the time, long hair. I looked all freaked. He didn't know what was going on. He's not, who is
Yeah,
this
he
guy?
probably was freaked out by you, but then he kind of recognized that you were trying to save him
Yes,
instead
he
of
did.
trying to rob him.
Oh no, he agreed that there was something mysterious going on, right? When
But he never
was,
felt the same effects as you.
but see what happened was he was standing there right beside me on the side of the highway there on the off ramp, right?
Yeah.
Off on the curb lane, that we're on the curb lane on the shoulder, right? Grassy shoulder there, gravel, whatever it was, right? Gravel shoulder. And what happened was he was looking. We're looking at the cars going by. Okay, he's there standing with me, looking out. Yeah, when he seen them, the first guy go by and he's freaked out. The fan, whatever, before the family came, right? And I kept saying to him, "Did you notice?" I said, "I think there was some missing time. Missing time." I kept saying. I said, "Did you notice it?" He goes, "I don't know," but he says he did agree with me though. With the light was mysterious. Okay, he got a weird feeling himself. He said, right?
Oh, but he
But,
didn't feel the
but
same effects. He didn't see the
no,
the
but hold on.
beam.
He
Didn't
agreed with the
see
light. He agreed there was something mysterious about the light.
strange with the light. Okay.
But he was on the inside lane in the front there. Okay,
Okay.
right. So if the light had only hit partially his car. Okay,
Ah,
now
okay, okay.
like
More your car and the
we
other
were
one on the side.
right. We were on the inside lane. Okay, the other cars that got the full effect of the light were on the outside lane.
Ah,
In the
okay.
fast lane. Okay, the outside lane. Right on a 2-lane highway going northbound.
Wow.
So what happened was, right, he agreed. And then he stood there right beside me when he watched, he seen the look on the family's face that they were still in abject terror, okay, when they're going 90 miles an hour into the off ramp, okay, and
Yeah.
almost killed themselves. Yeah, twice. Okay. And then a third time, they almost hit 2 cars going through ran the red light. Didn't slow down not one bit. Okay. Ran the red light and everything after they almost rolled the car twice. And he seen the look on their face. I said, wow. I said, did you see the look on their face? Yeah, what's wrong with them? He said, I don't know. The light hit them, I said. Right? I said, you're lucky. I said, I only seen the light hit your trunk in the back seat. It hadn't hit you yet. But he says, I could see the glow, he said. And one time, I think he said it hit his dash when he was beside the lead car.
Yeah.
When he had slowed down a bit between the outside car, and he said he'd seen the light on their car, right? Yeah, that's when
Wow.
I said I was telling you, go, man, go, right? I swear, man, I pushed this guy at 90 miles an hour. First I was up to 80, then 85, and then 90 miles an hour, right on his bumper. If he hit the brakes, he's dead, man. I would have crushed him. Okay, he had the sense to keep going. I'm got my head and arm out the window, screaming at him, go, man, go. I'm freaking. He goes, if you didn't have such a serious fucking look on your face, I would have never moved the car. I said, I would have
Yeah,
just pushed you off the highway. I said, you're lucky you win. I said, I was getting ready to push you off the highway because I wasn't getting stuck in that fucking light. Okay. I said, I don't care what you say, I said, there was something going on.
I said, right. And I did. I came close. I said, if this guy doesn't move, finally we fucking started moving away from the pack of cars, and put some distance behind them. They were still stuck doing
Interesting.
50, 50 kilometers an hour till after, I guess the light must have broke off or whatever, and they took off, because they were only doing whatever, I guess, after they realized they had to get out of there. I swear to God, that guy, he was doing 50 kilometers an hour. 50, I'm sorry, 80 kilometers an hour. He would be doing 50 miles an hour. I'm going to just say miles per hour just to avoid confusion. He was doing,
Yeah, but the lights apparently speed did matter because
yeah.
they caught the other ones which were on the faster lane, right?
Yeah, well, they were being probed, I swear to God, when I seen the light, okay, it's on my door, okay? It was on their car, and then it started creeping up my door, okay? And it turned into a hand, okay, with fingers. I said, what the heck? Right? And I said, oh, no, that's too much.
Did it leave
I'm out
any
of here. I'm
marks
out
on
of
your
here.
car?
Pardon me?
Do you remember if it left any marks on your car?
No, I didn't see any marks or anything like that.
Like on the glass or the side of
I
the
don't know.
car?
I checked for all that. I didn't see anything. Right?
Okay.
Because it was turning dark or whatever. It was early. It was late evening. As the light was setting in. Late sunset. And that it was freaky. I'm telling you, John. I never experienced anything like that before. It was incredible. Hold on a second.
Yeah, but scary.
You ever experienced any strange light phenomena?
I've seen like I don't know if I told you, I've seen like arrow tip white craft once.
Oh,
I don't know what it was. It was moving from the horizon inland.
Right.
So I saw it like on the side.
Okay.
And it was like cloudy day. I was like 16 years old. And it was leaving sparkles behind, like it was moving from west to east.
Right.
Over a city, and I was like in another little village in the beach.
Right.
And I saw it, and I never knew what it was, but it was definitely something like weird, because I warned my friends, and we were kind of drunk, when I saw it, but I never forgot it. Right. And then I've seen a bunch of UFOs, usually they come like as they start as stars, and then they power up.
Right.
And then they start dimming down, and then they disappear. I've seen many of those. I have a few stories of those.
Right.
But saucers, I never seen any saucer.
No.
Nothing like that. Only lights. And I once kind of I'm not gonna say I summoned it, but I kind of thought of it, and it appeared in like a small patch of sky that I have in my window. I was like looking out, and I kind of saw a star appearing out of nowhere.
Oh yeah?
And it never moved. It just powered up, and then it started dimming down, and then it disappeared again. So
that's interesting.
And then after like 10 minutes, I entered a challenge on YouTube, and I won $50.
Wow.
On that, like there were 33 people, but I was still lucky, to win it. But
yeah.
I wasn't gonna play it, but at the end, I've kind of said, never mind, let's just do it. And
Right.
after I saw the UFO, because I wasn't gonna play it, but after I saw the UFO, I kind of had a feeling. So I kind of had a hunch.
Ditch weed.
So I don't know if I'm gonna start
background.
believing when I see UFOs. The next, I'll try to bet on something. But it was funny.
Oh, well, whatever.
And
Yeah.
then this last summer, I saw a couple of UFOs.
Oh yeah.
In the
Right on.
summer, I saw some UFOs when I was driving with my kids.
Right.
We saw a UFO when we were returning from the holidays some
Cool.
years ago. When I was with my wife and kids, I saw like it looked like a seagull
Oh yeah.
in the sky, a little
Right,
bit
right.
darker but quite big, and we were following it for quite a while. And at start, my wife thought it was the cables
Right.
around the highway. They go following the highway, the cables. Sometimes there were some cables, and I started seeing it on the cables, but the sun was hitting the cables, you know what I mean? So you could see like a glint,
Right.
but there was
Cool.
something there. And I said to my wife, look, that is not normal, because we've been watching it for a few miles
Right.
and it's still there. And I said, look, take the phone out. And she took the phone, she started recording, and nothing appeared on the phone, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But she could see it, I could see it, my kid could see it.
Right.
And it looked like a seagull in the sky, but much bigger. But it kind of looked like a kite, but it was over like a mountain, and it wasn't moving. Look, I kind of tried focusing with my eyes, and I kind of saw that on the right of that V, that looks like a seagull in the sunset.
Right,
Can
right.
you see that? But bigger, a little bit bigger, more like a kite, a big kite.
I hear you.
It was clear skies, but it was like dark, like a gray dark.
Mm-hmm.
It looked like a shadow, but I wasn't sure if there was a string on the bottom.
Right.
I was trying to look for the string. I'm not sure, but I don't think I saw it. But on the right of it, I could see there was, on the right of that V, on the tip of the V on the right, it looked like there was something going out, and then there was a small square, linked to that V, on the side. And that's something that I kind of, my wife only saw, só viste o V, não foi? No céu, quando viemos do Algarve, o OVNI. Parecia tipo uma
Right.
uma daqueles pássaros, seagull, como é que se chama? Seagull. Não é andorinha, é maior. Vai, volta, sim. Foi isso que tu viste, o OVNI, não foi? Não? Quando viemos do Algarve. Não te lembras como é que era o OVNI? Que vimos. Na altura pareceu-me um V.
Oh, Timmy, I didn't see you.
I
I'm
was
sorry.
asking my wife if she
Hello,
remembered,
Timmy.
but she doesn't remember.
Peace, Basin Nation. Peace, brother.
Peace, brother. Big hugs.
Right.
And I've seen other UFOs. I've seen like
That's Timmy.
a golden
Timmy Bennett.
orbs in the horizon.
Right.
So there were one day that I was watching my brother Raymond. And I have more stories. I think I saw two.
Yeah, I
when
will
I
tell.
was on my
Right
bike,
on.
but I was
Thank
like
you.
looking at.
Can you get
I was
hold on a
looking
sec?
at the sky.
Yeah, can you hold
And I
that thought
saw-
for 1 second? Yeah.
Okay. Sorry,
Right.
sorry.
Timmy, East Basin Nation. Hello. Cool. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Hello, Timmy. Big hugs.
Right. Big hugs. Yes. How you doing? Right on. Okay, we'll let John here finish his story here before I tell the
Okay,
next.
I've seen some golden orbs, and these orbs, they're similar to that star that I told you that appeared. It
Right,
powered up and then it disappeared, but no moving. But I've seen them moving, and one day there's like a house a little bit, I don't know, maybe like 500 meters in front of my house, and I could see. I looked once. I was like smoking on the window and listening with my brother Raymond. He's a good friend of mine. You probably met him on my chat. It's Raymond and Norma,
right.
and
Okay,
he was live, and I was chatting with him on the chat,
right.
And I'm smoking on the window, and suddenly I look to that building, looking to the sky and stuff. And coming outside, it looked like it was coming from inside the building because it was moving. So it appeared, and when it appeared,
Right.
it was already powered up and it was reducing intensity. But
Oh
it
yeah.
was leaving a little golden tail, okay? A
Right.
little white tail, maybe golden whitish tail. And it looked like, maybe the size of Venus, like a planet,
Right.
maybe Mars, a little bit stronger than
Right.
Mars. And then it started dimming, but continuing moving, and then it disappeared. I saw that one once, and my mom passed away like on the 27th
Thanks.
of October, a day before my wife's birthday. Okay,
Right on.
a day before my wife's birthday, and on my wife's birthday, I had to go and do the
Yes,
burning
I
chamber
understand.
thing and
Right.
stuff. So my brother was in such a hurry to get the will that he didn't even want to wait one day to, he wanted to get things quick,
Wow.
to get the will quicker,
Right.
the greedy
So
ass.
sometimes I think sometimes they can read your emotional stress levels
Oh
and,
yeah, and look,
find that.
it's
You,
appeared when I was kind of, I
right.
got sick when my mother died. I kind of got the flu, and it took like a
Right.
month to recover,
I
and I was
remember that.
getting better. That night, I didn't want to go to the scouts dinner because I knew it was going to be cold and stuff.
Right.
And so I asked my wife, "Oh, can I stay near the fireplace and stuff?" And so the only reason why I saw them, Tom, was because my wife forgot something on the kitchen. She
Right.
came back, and I heard the sliding door opening.
Right.
She didn't open the lights, and I wasn't sure if it was her or not, and I kind of took my time standing up, and I went to the kitchen, and I opened the door. And when I opened the door, I saw that she was turning on the van.
Right.
So I kind of thought, oh, that's her, because that's exactly the time it takes to go back and go back to the kitchen and then go back to the car and turn it on. And as soon as I listen the van turning on, I'm relaxed, and okay, I'm gonna go inside. And as I'm sliding the door to close it, I see a star, and underneath I saw a golden orb again. And I'm like,
Wow.
that a satellite at 8:30, they don't usually come that early. And
Oh,
it was right above a building that had, it's all it's like a 5-story building
right.
with lots of apartments and stores underneath. So it's quite big. And it was full of Christmas lights in many apartments.
Right.
So I kind of was looking at the Christmas lights. It was nice, And I looked above, and I saw the golden orb traveling from right to left,
Right.
right on the same height as I seen the other one, some maybe like 3 or 4, like half a year before,
Right.
when I was with Raymond. And I saw one, and I was like, damn, I didn't get the camera. And I'm like, let me wait. If another one appears, I'm gonna get the camera. That was my thought, Tom.
Right.
And a minute later, another one appears on the opposite side.
Wow.
It appeared as a star.
Right.
It's powered up, and then it dimmed down, and it disappeared. Always on top of that building, like that building was the Christmas lights were calling them,
Right.
but they were like quite far away above the sea. So if I had to tell you a size, I would say they could be satellites, but
Right.
satellites, they are on top. They're not above the building,
Right.
like, so they were kind of le- less than halfway of where they should be to at least start a satellite, because a satellite has to be quite high up for you to see it.
High up in the atmosphere to function.
Yeah,
Right.
so look, it could it be like a weird satellites? Maybe, but I
It could
tell you,
also
man,
be a spy helicopter too. You know.
no,
That
no, I don't think so, because look, I
no.
saw two of them, and then I went to get my camera. I started the recording, and I caught at least uh, 8 more,
Okay.
but only two of them entered the view of the camera at the
Okay.
end of the video. So I
Oh,
have the video. It's one of my videos, maybe like a month
right. So
ago.
you're
One
filming
of
with
my
a
Skywatch, yeah.
right.
And at 9 minutes 57, you can see one. But I've been investigating my video, and I saw two of them. So in 10, I caught two of them. Another two were before I videoed them, because
Right.
that was the reason why I did the 17 minute sky hunt.
Right.
And at the end, man, I did a clip, Tom, and I was thanking them. Like, you could see like the emotion of me,
Oh.
like thanking them.
So you're
Thank
saying
you
they were
for.
friendly entities?
I
They
tell you,
were
man,
benevolent.
I would look at the beginning. I saw them. I saw two. I got the camera, and then
Right.
I started like talking with the recording, like talking with them, but talking with the audience, but
Right.
not live, just doing
Right.
the recording. But I was kind of talking with them while I was
Right.
recording,
But did
you
you
know.
get did you feel like a benevolent experience, like feeling from them, or was it
Look, man, I think
what benevolent is,
I'm
a good feeling
yeah,
instead of a
yeah, I
terrifying
think
feeling?
so. I think so. They
Okay.
they they were so far away, and look, I was asking them.
Right.
I was kind of begging them at the end
All
to
right.
show themselves to my camera, because
Right.
they were appearing quite far away. I couldn't catch them on
Right.
the camera,
Well, you did.
but at the
Right.
end, I caught them, and I've clipped it. I've sent it to people. I can send you the clip, and
Yeah,
you can
I'll
see
check it out.
me
If it's on
talking
your
with them.
channel, I will look for it and check it out. Okay.
It's
Well, I
it's
want.
it's a
Okay.
video of the Skywatch like a
Right.
month
Okay.
ago. If you go
Yeah.
to my videos and you go back, you can see it's a
Right.
night Skywatch,
Right.
and it says on the title, timestamp 9 minutes 56,
Right.
which is where you see one of them. But if you start at 9 minutes until 15 or 16
Oh yeah.
or
Cool.
17, you may catch more. But
All right.
I usually tell you on the video, look, there's one now over there, and
Right.
it's going from left to right. Or I usually tell you, but only the last two of them appear, and I'm only thanking for one of them, because I clearly saw on the recording that one of them appeared below the star. And there's a time that I thought I was, it gives the impression that I'm thanking them and I'm pointing to the star.
Right.
But if you see the video clearly, as soon as I see it before it appears on the camera. So I'm kind of thanking it, before it appears on the recording, and it looks like I'm talking to the star, but it's not
Oh,
the
yeah.
star, man.
All right.
It's,
Okay.
you know what
I
I
hear
mean?
you.
So our eyes are better than.
Heather, where are
And
you?
look, there's something else. I kind of thank them, and I'm
Oh.
like, oh, thank you very much. And look, after when I got to the 7 minutes, I kind of said to myself, I waited for 2 minutes, nothing happened after, and I said, look, it's the end. And I clicked the button, and I stayed like maybe 5 more minutes, and nothing appeared. You know,
Oh, right
I'm not sure. I think I lost interest. I was so happy that they communicated appearing on my camera, you know, on my video, that I was kind of, thank you, you know, I don't need any more. I don't need to record anymore, you know, because you know I could be there all night, and I was
right,
cold,
right.
and I was still recovering. So I was so happy that I was like, it's enough. And then I just, you know, I posted it, and I've been showing people, and people know that it's not, you know, it does travel a little bit slower than a satellite, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And the satellite is much, you have to twist your neck up to see a satellite, right?
Right.
And this, no, this was like, if you look looking at a building 500 meters in front of you, it was like a palm. If you stretch your arm, it was a palm above the building. So
Right.
it wasn't the satellites, it wasn't observable by satellites. And I tell you, man, usually it's foggy over there, you know, above the building. I've been watching over there, and Tom, I never caught them again. But I have to tell you, it's been rainy, stormy, cloudy. And when
Right.
it's clear skies, I look over there every time, every night at 8:30. I'm watching there, and nothing. It's cloudy, it's foggy, and I never caught them again. It's
Right.
so, I don't know, man. I think it's like, you know, the videos from my friend from Florida.
Right. Right. Hello
He
that
does have
way.
incredible videos of Florida UFOs, and
Right.
he showed me a video of his of 10 minutes, and in those 10 minutes you can see like 20 UFOs appearing and disappearing, and they're very similar to the ones I see, but they travel on an arc.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a banana,
All right.
an arc. And
Oh, I
the
want to tell
ones
us.
I see,
Right.
they are straight lined. You know, they
Okay.
don't
Yeah.
arc. They're
You
either
remember what?
straight lined or they
Which way
don't
were they
move.
traveling? Direction of travel? Which way?
Yes.
You
Yes.
remember?
Yeah. The direction of travel, the mine, they're straight lined.
Yeah, but were they traveling east, west, north, south? You remember?
Okay, so
From where
that
you're
time that I
standing
videoed
filming.
them, they were traveling. I would say north and south.
Really?
They were following the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean. Okay.
The shoreline?
Yeah, they were following the shoreline
All
for
right.
sure. They're
Okay.
either displaying some sort of portal opening, because my friend from Florida,
Did you
he's
see the
been
portal opening or not?
no, no,
No?
no, 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 no. Look, these portals, from what my friend told me, usually they're not observable.
Well,
You can
I
only
seen it for and
see.
then, okay. I want to tell my
Okay, tell
story
me,
then.
tell me, tell me, tell
All
me.
right.
I'm
Yeah.
finished the
I
story.
was
Okay, I'm
just
finished.
about a mile up the road here from where I live, right?
Yeah.
Doing some gardening at my friend's place, right? I had a backyard garden. So I was going there one afternoon, right?
Yeah.
Summertime, whatever. And now actually it was late May, right? End of May, right? Beginning first week of June. I was actually late.
Okay.
I had already been there and dug up the garden and get it ready. I was a week or so late, 2 weeks late. And so I was there getting ready to do the work. And So I'm about to enter. I come walking off the road, enter my friend's property onto his, lawn, and I look up and see something coming down. A small craft, right? It was size of a. It looked like a microwave, size of a microwave. You know how big a
A
microwave is.
square? A square?
Yeah, a square, right? A square. It was like a drone or something, right? It came out of a portal, right? I didn't see the portal at first, but I seen this square object come down. At first, I think it's a UFO. Before I realized it was a drone or something, right? And it's got flashing lights on it, like like a row of flashing lights,
Okay.
bulbs, like incandescent bulbs, right? On top of this sheet metal box, right? Like the size of a microwave, right? A small microwave, right? Not those super big Panasonic, throw a whole turkey inside. This was like a regular, a regular size microwave box, right? Sheet metal, no windows, right?
Yeah.
All I could see all around was just sheet metal, right? And a row of bulbs that are flashing. They were like different colors, almost like Christmas tree bulbs, but they're incandescent, like with your regular blue, green, yellow, red, orange, white, whatever, clear, white or whatever, you know, almost like colors of the rainbow, but not quite. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right? Different, about 6 lights on top of the craft, the little the drone craft, whatever, right? And
It
it's
wasn't no sound, right?
no, it was very quiet. It made a whirring noise, right?
Okay.
But you couldn't detect no what do you call it? Right, you couldn't detect no what do you call it? Propulsion underneath it, no exhaust gas. There was no trail of exhaust gas or any you couldn't sense any from the propulsion, any movement, air movement or nothing. It was just a whirring noise from inside the box, right? Right? Like first one came down. So I said, "Oh my god," I panicked. So I go to the backyard and it went along and followed me, but on the opposite side of the house. I was on one side of the house. It went on the other side of the house to the backyard and followed me to the backyard.
Oh my
I
gosh.
panicked and left, right? Did a slow run, right? Back to the front yard. I think it reversed and went back. And then as I started to exit the property, go onto the sidewalk, and started walking back, was planning. I stopped on the sidewalk and started to take a few steps onto the road. It curved up. It went back out to the front yard. It curved up to the sky. Okay,
Wow.
and then went up and disappeared in the sky. Okay, and then when I decided, okay, it's gone, I said, whatever the heck was that? I'm at okay. I hope it's out of here. I start to go back. Okay, as it goes back out of the sky, right out of the portal, right. I didn't see. I hadn't yet seen exactly where the portal was, or the opening or closing or anything yet. But I seen this come back out of the portal, curve right back down into the front yard, as I follow me back to the backyard. Same thing. I fucking go back. It reverses. It goes back. As soon as I start going back towards the sidewalk and onto to the road, it curves up, back up into the sky and disappears. Right? I said, what the heck was that? All right. Next thing you know, I said, whatever. So next time I go again, it comes down again a third time. I go in the back. Except this time a second one follows it out of the portal and is following that one to the backyard right behind it. I said,
That's
what
crazy.
the heck? Now I got two of these to deal with. Okay. And same thing. I said, I'm out of here. I start taking off. I go back to the front yard. They both take, reverse and go the same direction, exact same direction they came from. right? Not a foot higher or a foot lower. They followed the exact same direction, back up and curved back up into the sky about 100 feet up into the sky and disappeared. Okay, all right. And they got these. Both of them have multicolored flashing lights. Okay, multicolored, different. You know, green, yellow, red, blue, different. You know, random colors flashing. Okay, like they're communicating with each other through colors. Do you hear me?
Yeah, but
Hold
weird.
on.
What you think? What you think that could be
It's
like?
not
Some.
over. It's not over. So
Okay.
I start walking about 10 feet up the road, right? They both disappeared back up into the sky. I stop in the middle of the road, 10 feet, about 20 feet up the road. I stopped and I turned around and I said, you know what? Nobody is going to fucking believe me. Okay? No one is going to believe. The cops ain't going to believe me. I was going up the street to use the payphone. My friend wasn't home. I'm banging on his front door in between that. Right, the second time, with the second one, I'm banging the door. Again, I forgot to tell you, each time I'm banging on the door twice as loud. Boom, boom, boom. I'm almost about to break the door down. He's had to work. Okay, he's not home yet. Okay, so I said, forget it. I'm going up the street to tell the cop, use a payphone because I was wanting to go in. This was before our cell phones. Okay,
Yeah.
210, 209, somewhere around there. Right,
Okay.
211, whatever, 210, I think it was. I go back. I stop in the middle of the road. I said, you know what? I can't believe nobody around here. There's apartment buildings, there's houses, right? Nobody's saying. Everyone's hiding. Okay, these lights are flashing on these drones. Okay, UFO drones, whatever. And I'm like, what am I gonna do? I stop in the middle of the road. I turn around. I said, forget calling the cops. They're not going to believe me. They don't care. They don't want nothing to do with me. Okay. Do you hear me? So I turn around and go back to the backyard. I start walking back. As I'm walking back, I see him exit out of the portal again. This time I look up and see the portal, right? I finally see the portal. But you know what's funny? There was no in betweens. You know how, maybe like, they're slowly going in and out. You know what I mean? Through this portal? No. So it was either they were all in or all out. As soon as they got near the portal, they just went boom, right in. There was no in betweens. I could see where the portal
Like
was.
sucked.
Right. I could see where the portal was, but like here, as soon as they reached the bottom of the portal, they went right in. There was no slowly going in, and the door, the trap door opens, and you can look inside. No, there was none of that. It was just a line, just a line. As soon as they reached that line, they were in, or they came right out. There was no in between. There was no, like it's not like an elevator door opens, and out they come and in they go. No, it was once they reach a certain point, they vanish. Do you understand? Right? So I go to the backyard. Guess what happens? They come down one, and then the second one comes down, and they always follow the same exact path. That they follow, and then they start hovering 30 feet above my head. First, it was 50 feet. Okay, right, 50 feet above my head, and then it was 30 feet. One of them came down 30 feet above my head, looking at me, tilting, and it's making this noise in the backyard whirring. I'm looking around, I'm yelling, Mama, Mama. There's an old lady 2 doors down in the backyard. She was there every day in the backyard. Old Italian lady, Mama there. I'm calling her, help me. I'm going, right? I'm going, help, right? And Grandma, go under the fucking wheelbarrow or something, right? She's hiding in the garage somewhere. I swear I seen her when it first came there, then she disappeared. She's hiding under the wheelbarrow somewhere, right? Somewhere. I'm calling her. The other lady in the backyard, our backyard faces the house there. Her bedroom was facing the backyard garden. I said, I know you're up there and watch or whatever. She's hiding under the bed, probably. Okay. Okay. She used to always spy on me whenever I was doing my work. I called her. She's nowhere to be found. The neighbors who I've seen up on use a ladder, go up on the roof and spying on us, they're hiding. There's an apartment building right across the street, 10, 12 floors, whatever it is. Right. I tell them right across the street. I said, you tell me nobody can see these flashing lights? They're lighting up the whole neighborhood here. Right. Nobody was around. They're all hiding. I'm the only one out there facing these fucking drones, UFO drones or whatever they are, right? I didn't know they were drones till later, right? At first, I thought they were UFOs, right?
Wow,
UFO.
that's
And
crazy,
so
man.
when I was in the backyard, a third one came down, okay? 3 of them in the backyard, 50 feet above my head. One came down 20, 30 feet, and I've got a shovel, and I'm digging up the garden, right? And I said, I don't care. You want to watch me dig the garden up here, get it ready to plant, right? My peppers and tomatoes and cucumbers,
Wow.
whatever. I'm planting lettuce, all that stuff, right? Cauliflower, broccoli, potatoes, everything I'm growing. Different kinds of peppers. I need to dig up the garden, air out the soil and prep it, get it ready, first dig of the season. Do you know what I'm saying? Right?
Yep.
I need to prep my soil. I got a shovel the size of me, 6-foot shovel, right? In my hands. And I'm waving to them, saying, hi, hello, come a little closer. Right? They're thinking they won't come any closer than 30 feet, 20 feet, in case I try and swat them out of the sky with the shovel. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not going to do that. I'm worried they're going to zap me with a laser or something, or something. But there was no windows, and they were flashing different lights. And I tried to write down the pattern. Right? I got a pen and paper out of my pocket, and and I gave up. At first it's random, then it's non-random, then random, and I just gave up. I said, what does this even mean?
Crazy.
Colors, right? They had about, half a dozen light bulbs on top of each one had the same kind of light, okay? They were incandescent bulbs, 60 watt, 100 watt incandescent bulbs. That stuff. They look like, but they look more thicker and more solid, right? And they were flashing different colors, communicating with each other and with me. They were flashing me random sequences of colors, right? Random patterns, right? Some were random, some were just wild sequences. I'm like, what are they trying to say to me? I'm talking to them, and they sort of understand me. Yeah, I was in the garden for about an hour, digging up the garden while they hovered above me, right? For almost an hour, half hour, 45 minutes, an hour or something. They were hovering there, and I'm like, where's the owner of the house? Where's this? Where's that? Nobody would communicate with me. Okay, like the neighbors, nobody came out to help me. Nobody. They're all hiding, right? And I mean, these lights kept going. They're communicating with each other. And I hear the whirring noise in the backyard. After, how it gets silent, John.
Yeah.
It gets really silent. Like how you hear in the
Yes,
woods.
the animals, they all disappear.
It was dead silent after. You couldn't hear the neighbors. You couldn't hear any noise on the streets. All I could hear is these fucking things whirring. Each 3 different machines in the air, the drones whirring along. This whirring. But I put my hand there, no propulsion. So they were using some kind of anti-gravity.
Did you feel any wind above
No, that's
you
what I
when
said.
you
There
were
was
there?
nothing. There was absolutely no exhaust.
Just a little weird noise, like a humming, right?
Just like a fan is like whirring inside, like like your computer. How sometimes the fan inside your computer
A
speeds
fan,
up.
yes.
down.
Okay, so it could be they were drones.
Yeah, and
That could be advanced technology,
Well, this was like 15 years ago.
Yeah, but the
Nothing like
portal doesn't have any logic to being human,
Right.
Yep.
There was no
Exactly.
windows. Remember, I even got to see the top of it. Also, you know how many sides? There's the top,
You should
bottom.
draw it. You should draw it for when you do the
Yeah, I
interview with
will.
me, okay?
I will. There was a
Draw
top,
it.
bottom, and the four sides, and there was no windows, no pockets, no punched out holes for air, nothing. As I said, how the heck is this operating without overheating and all that? How's it staying? You know, how's it even going up or down, flying in the air? Like I understand a hoverboard, hovercrafts, air
Yeah.
hockey. There's a air movement. Well, there was no air moving underneath this thing or above or anywhere. Okay. That's what I'm saying. How the
Interesting.
heck is it? Even when it got dark, you would have seen a propulsion of air coming out the exhaust or intake. There was none of that. It was like some kind of anti-gravity technology, magnetic
Wow.
or magnetic resonance, some kind of that kind of technology. Okay. All right. Incredible. I'm telling you. It was absolutely mind blowing that they were there for about 45 minutes in the
And they
backyard.
were small, right? These were small.
Microwave size, like a microwave.
Yeah.
Like a medium sized microwave. Okay. About 2 feet, wide, about a foot and a half deep, you know, rectangular shape. They weren't quite
Yep.
square. They're more rectangular, like exactly like a microwave, except they were like
With a row of lights underneath.
on top,
I on top, okay.
only on top in a single row. Okay, right? Half a dozen lights,
And
approximately.
and they stayed quite near you. So do you
Yeah,
think they were
they were hovering
communicating with
above me.
you?
Pardon me?
Do you
They
think they
took
were
turns checking
communicating
me.
with you or looking for you or something like videoing you or
I don't know, man. I've been
because
going to the
you were
garden for
kind of showing off because you were digging the land and stuff, so you were kind of fearless.
fearless. I was scared at first. I took off 2, 3 times. You're funny and fearless.
But
Yeah.
at the end you were
At
kind of
first, no, because in the end I got mad because I couldn't phone the cops. I said they're not going to help me. The neighbors ain't helping. I was stuck all alone, and I
Yep.
got pissed off and alone. Nobody called out if you need help. Nothing. It just left me to the. Oh well, I hope the aliens get them, and that's the end of our problems. They'll be happy with him and leave us alone. Attitude,
That's interesting.
right? So yeah, they were half an hour, 45 minutes in the backyard with me, watching me dig up
Wow.
the garden. I was digging up the garden, okay? Like the first dig
Yep.
of the season, airing out the garden, prepping it, getting it ready. I had to dig it up, and they're watching me. Here's a human digging up a garden, and like, why me? What purpose do you have with me here in the backyard of someone in a neighborhood, daytime, early evening, late afternoon, early evening, that you've got to be here to watch me, and you're in here for half hour, 45 minutes, watching me, okay, with lights flashing, and then the clouds had come over, and it was dead quiet, okay, it was crazy. I'm telling you, man, it was absolutely nuts. How they lit up the whole backyard with all this colored lights, okay, flashing on and off. And I'm telling you, I stopped and looked up and I said, "Fuck, the lights are fucking beaming all the way out to the street, man. The color after it was dark, started getting dark." And I said, "You tell me nobody can see this? Oh, come on."
Did you get to talk with the neighbors after?
No, the neighbors they looked at me all strange after, man. Not that day. I didn't see anyone. Nobody. So the next the neighbor, my friend never came home that night. So I did my work and then went home. Took the bus home. Right.
Hmm?
I took. I had to take the. I had to go home. I didn't live there. I was working in my friend's backyard where I had my vegetable garden.
Awesome.
Right. So, and I've been there for 10, 15 years. okay, uh, doing work there in the backyard. Do you understand?
Yep.
Right. It wasn't just the first time. All the neighbors knew me, so whatever.
Crazy, man. That's really
Oh
nice
yeah, it was
story.
crazy. It said, hey, you know what? Yeah, you know, how do you explain that? And I seen them going up into the. Every time I left the garden, they would leave and go up into the portal. Every time I came back, you know, in that, and that happened, you know, half a dozen or more times. Incredible. It had, to have and they came down. They took turns from 50 feet above me. They came down to 30 and 20 feet. One of them came to 20. The other two came down to about 30 feet. And they took turns checking me out. I was talking to them, and they were flashing lights back at me, whatever that meant. I don't know, whatever answer or whatever they were doing, but I was talking to them,
Interesting. That's interesting. The
right?
lights. Damn,
Oh, yeah.
that's weird.
It is weird, man. Yeah.
How would you know what those lights meant? Like
Well, I
that's
tried to
definitely
figure it
messing with
out.
you.
Remember, it wasn't just a minute or two. They were there half hour, 40. They were there about 45 minutes. So
Did you lose any time? No.
I did take time out to try and figure out the pattern, what the lights might mean. But after I gave up, it was just too mind-boggling for me to understand at the time. I even tried to write down some of the sequences, patterns, and I gave up. I ripped up the paper. I said, it's just going to drive me bonkers. But what I should have did was wrote all the different colors down. It was years ago. I don't know. I do remember.
Yeah, you could possibly find an explanation for.
Yeah,
the
I don't
color.
know. But they were
No.
communicating. I said they were communicating with each other. Hello, Genevieve. Sorry, I seen you there. Sorry, I was into.
Hello, Genevieve.
Bonjour. How are you, my friend? Right on. Cool. Yeah. Thank you. I seen you there. Sorry, I was just stuck with the story. Yeah. Is it working or not? Thank you. Genevieve Michelle, how are you today, my friend? Hold on. The thing's not working here properly. All right. Good. I don't think I have any.
Amazing stories, brother. You have.
Yeah. Hold on.
I
I
want
gotta
those
play
three
something. I gotta get a drink of
stories.
water. Hold on. I gotta get some water. My throat's
Yeah, don't worry. I'm me too.
okay. Okay, relax for a few minutes. All right. Okay.
Oh yeah, man. I'm relaxed. I know you've been talking a lot, but let's relax a little bit.
All right. It's a Ninja Dave. I'll be right back in a minute.
Okay.
That story was a weird one, I have to admit.
Yeah, I'm back. I had to take a washroom break. Hold on. I'll be right with you. Hold on.
Okay.
All right, hold on. This is Ninja Dave's theme. All right, yeah, it is theme. Oh, take a break here for a second, man. I will lose my voice sometimes when I tell that story. I get excited.
Yeah, it was good.
Incredible, man. Why would they pick me? You know?
Yeah, man. And
What did I do to deserve
It looks a
that?
bit weird as well, you know. It's like
In a a regular neighborhood, inconspicuous neighborhood. Why all of a sudden, you pick that neighborhood? Because I've seen him on one more other time, a couple days after that at a different location. So I knew they.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, they had me tagged. I seen him at my dad's garden after, right above my dad. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? Right? And I go to my dad's garden. I'm standing, and he's oblivious that they're above him. I'm looking up, and I'm thinking to myself, Dad, don't you see these things? Right? And he can't. He didn't even notice they were right above him, 50 feet, and they were waiting for me to show up. They knew I was going there to meet my dad at the garden, at his garden, and there they were waiting. This is like a couple days after from the other encounter.
Yeah.
How do you explain that? So they had me. They must have read my, whatever, my DNA, or how could they tell I'm going to be in
Or
my
they read your chip.
my chip? Yeah, I was implanted. You know, implants. You think we're implanted? Do you think we're implanted? We have chips. You believe that?
Oh, look, I'm sure there is people with chips,
Right.
because I do follow some investigators who
Right.
found on their bodies.
Right. I had it. I removed.
And others.
Right. Where was their chips? Do you know? Do you remember?
There's one like behind the ear.
Okay.
There's one like near the ankle. Apparently, they go various places.
Right. Did you ever hear? I told the story when I removed the chip from my own body.
Tell me.
Do you really want to know? Oh man.
You had a chip? When was that?
Oh, that was about 9 years ago.
Okay.
All right. I removed the chip.
How did you find out?
It was in a weird place. I was having trouble breathing. Okay, and I was having some bad fucking troubles, conditions breathing, trying to breathe. It was in my nose. Okay, the chip.
Okay.
The implant was in my nose. It came out of my nostril. A piece of
came
metal.
out. You had
Yeah.
it.
I don't know how, but it finally came out. It was lodged in there. I was having some severe breathing problems, and that allergy issues, all kinds of that crap. One day, whatever. Yeah, this was going on. It was really bad. It was building up for a couple weeks, a month. Right, really bad. My nose was swollen up, everything, and finally came out of my nostril. Okay, a piece of metal.
Wow.
Yeah, and that, and maybe a
I'd say it was about the size of a quarter, almost. And I'm like, how the hell did they wedge that up there? I'm saying, when did they wedge that up there? You know,
Yeah.
it was a piece of
And
metal,
how?
and and had fins on it and everything. For like, I'll have to draw a picture of it. Okay,
Nice. I'd like to see that
right.
when it
I'm
comes to
planning
my
to do that
channel.
soon. Nobody wants to hear about it because where as soon as you start telling people the location of it, they start they don't want to hear about it. And that.
I
And I'm
understand
serious.
why.
It affected my health severely. For whatever reason, it had slipped or something. When did they put that in there? Okay. I know I had to go for an operation on my ankle, right, and get a plate put in and stuff a couple years back before I found dislodged the implant. So guess what? Was it done when I was under, or was it done years before that? You know,
Okay.
that the when I had surgery on my ankle, that was a couple years. I had to be at least a couple years after the drone encounter, and and a couple years before the implant came out. Okay, and supposedly Heather
Yep.
had one come out too, but she couldn't find where it landed or something. It disappeared. She said, right? I didn't see it myself, but she said she swore it happened. But myself, was holding it in my hand, man, the metal piece of metal, incredible. It was
I
incredible.
hope did you keep it? No.
No, I kept it for a few hours and then I put it in the garbage because I was terrified. Okay, I was having some other issues. Terrified these things were going to come back for it. I didn't care. I didn't want anything to do with it. Right? I said, put it in the garbage and got rid of it, threw it down the chute.
Yeah.
Let him follow the garbage truck, not me. Okay. You know, did they come back? I don't know. Do you think they came back? You know, you don't necessarily have to see them. Suppose they have technology to walk through walls and glass and all
Look,
that.
if it came out, it's because they had already put another one,
You think
or
so?
your body rejected it.
I think my body rejected it. Okay. They might have put another one later, but not how old last couple of years. I'm not sure, but I knew for about 3-4 years that I didn't have no implants. Okay, but the last 3 years, I'm not so sure now. I don't quite feel the same like I did when I got rid of that implant. But
Yep.
who knows, right? Like I said, until I could get an answer, or was it that when we're kids? But I'm telling you, the object was bigger than the size of my nostril. So I don't my upper cavity. How the hell did they squeeze it in there up there?
Believe me, there's a lot of
Or,
little spaces and
it was like
crannies to
Doctor
put a
Who.
little chip.
Like Doctor Who. How inside the Taurus is bigger than outside.
Yep.
Doctor Who. You ever watch Doctor Who?
Yeah.
The Taurus, the police box. Right.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. How the heck did they got it in there somehow? Maybe they squeezed my nostrils open with a caliper or something. Some kind of tool. Got it in there.
Awesome.
But it was a solid. It was metal. Like solid metal, right? I'm like, holy shit! I shook it. I didn't hear no. Do you remember if there was a little rattle or anything inside? I don't think there was. I talked to a psychic and he told me his had a rattle. He told me I should have kept it put in the freezer, right?
Look, man, you should have watched it on a micro.
I didn't have a camera. I didn't have any.
Microscope.
I didn't want. I was terrified because I didn't want whoever was the owner of that thing to come back.
Yeah,
I didn't know what. I thought about keeping it, but
yeah,
I don't know. Something scared me. I was terrified at the time when I got it out. I was shocked first, and then I was terrified. Okay, wondering how that bloody hell. Who's the owner, right? And why? who's the owner and why, and what for. Come on, Heather.
Very interesting.
All right.
Lovely
Excuse me.
stories, brother.
Yeah. All right. Hold on a sec. I smoke this joint. Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
What happens in life.
Lovely, amazing.
Right.
Some are scary, but you have some nice stories, sightings. You know.
Right. You like that one? Yeah. But like I said, at the time, you know, I had some other strange things happen in the next couple years. I had more things happening after I got the implant out, you know, multiple things happening. That's why I don't know. I don't know if they put it back
How
in.
does that link up with the Bigfoot?
Well, because after I had the Bigfoot encounter at my friend's property, cottage property or whatever lot,
Tell me a little bit about it.
that involved a giant orb size of a basketball, a blue orb,
Wow.
right? We were, you know, we had cut some trees down. We are cleaning up the lot a bit, right? Piled up some stuff, and so you know, we had taken a break. I'm sitting down on the ground pretty well on a short little piece of stump of a log we had cut. Feet are draped on the ground. I'm playing with the soil, checking the soil. See, it's acidic. You know, checking the quality of the soil. See what we can plant, what we can't plant. That I got the soil in my hands. I'm playing with it. All of a sudden, my friends down by the berm, right, beside a couple pines, right, pine trees, white pines. They tell me, come over here, come over here. He kept telling me, right, come check this out. And I said, I can't right now. I'm doing something. I was just getting this weird premonition, intuition feeling not to move where I was, right? Like I could sense something was going to happen, you know, before it happened. And so I'm sitting there and I'm telling him, I can't right now. I'm sitting right here. I said, I can't. I'm checking the soil. I said something, whatever. And next thing, I see the lights, right? Yeah, come down. The beam. Hold on a sec. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. Yeah. All of a sudden, the light came down, like you know how you know the sun. It's a summer, late summer, and the light is coming down, sunlight coming down, and it's bouncing off the trees, right? You know, except it shouldn't be. It's lighting up. It's lighting up both sides of the trees. The light. It should only be down on a diagonal angle where the position of the sun was. Except it's lighting up this whole little area, right? You know, 20, 30 feet in front of me. All of a sudden, there's a golden light coming down, and it's like you know, like a big spotlight coming down, bouncing off everything. You know, and so next thing you know, right beside the pine, right, right there, with the golden light going on, there's a giant orb appears out of nowhere right there, size of a basketball, volleyball, you know, basketball. It was blue and it's hovering about 6 feet off the ground. And you can see it hovering and you can see it's like a really dark blue color, you know, like really.
But it's not shining the trees, no.
No, the light is
Okay.
it's contained within itself. The light, the blue color,
A dark blue.
yeah, like almost like you know, like this color here. You know, you see here on the
Yes.
name tag, right? That is almost like that color blue. Okay, something like that. Maybe even a little darker, but boom, and that's hovering there for about you know a minute or so, right? A minute or two. I'm like mesmerized watching this thing. It's just hovering there, and all of a sudden, boom! And like it's just hovering right there, 6 feet in the air. Boom, right, whatever. And then all of a sudden,
Wow.
I get this intense feeling building up. All of a sudden, boom! Out comes a fucking Sasquatch that materializes out of the orb. Okay,
Wow.
right? And then boom, the orb disappears, and the Sasquatch is standing there, checking me out. All right. For a couple, but
Awesome.
he's at first he was translucent, and then he started taking shape. Do you know what I mean? Like he came out translucent out of the orb, 8 feet. Not 6 feet, but 8 feet. He just whoop, and then he was translucent, and then he started filling in color. Like a dark brownish color, and that
Oh, interesting.
you could see his hair, everything. He started getting more of a solid appearance, right? For the next minute or two, he started putting on, definition, all right? Filling in the details, okay? He came out clear and like translucent. You could see his outline and shape, but he slowly built the color and definition, muscle, all that, okay? All around him and becoming a solid form. I say he was he was interdimensional. He wasn't 100% solid being, like physical being. I say before he walked off, after he checked me out, he was about 75, 80%, about 80% solid, right? As he started walking off, he started getting even more definition. Okay. It was weird. He actually walked off, back into the backwoods.
Yeah.
Right. He didn't go back into the port. The orb is gone now. Like, when he materialized out of it and the orb disappeared, right? After he materialized
I think
out of
he
it.
was the orb.
Yes. The orb turned into him. Okay.
Yeah.
Exactly. So like
Very
after he moved, like, there was no orb behind him. He came out and he was blocking the orb, but you could tell the orb disappeared because he moved a bit.
Did you stare at him? Did he stare back?
Yeah, I was looking right at him. I was only right there, 20, 30 feet. It was actually marked off the territory. We're exactly 30 feet away.
He didn't make any noise?
No, they were just sort of humming a bit and vibrating,
And
swaying
did you
a little
hear him
bit
walk
left to
off?
right. Pardon me?
Did you
What was
hear
that?
him walk away?
Yeah, you
Like
could hear
on the
him walk away.
foliage and stuff like that?
Right, yeah, you could actually hear him, the footsteps. And my friend, he was right beside the tree where the orb was and the shrubbery. And he says he didn't hear nothing. He didn't hear anybody walk off. Nothing. He didn't see any of the lights. But he did say at one time he looked back at me towards where I was sitting, and he said I looked like a little person, a miniature person. He couldn't see me at first. He was looking. This is while the encounter was happening, right? He's 10 feet away from the Bigfoot on the other side of the tree, okay? And the shrubs, he can't see the Bigfoot. He's right beside it, okay? But he looked back towards where I was sitting on the ground. At first, he couldn't. He says, I wasn't there, okay? And then he looked again. He took another look, and all of a sudden he see me. I was a miniature person, he said. I had shrunk to a little person. Okay. That's what he told me. I swear, man. That's what he said, right? Incredible. All right. Right on. Thank
Did
you.
he see
Thank
the
you.
orb
Timmy.
as well?
I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Did
What?
he say did he see the orb as well?
No, he didn't see anything. He only seen me. he was 10 feet away, but his vision was being blocked by the what do you
Okay.
call it? The what do you call it?
So he missed the whole thing. He missed the orb, and he missed the materialization.
Yes, he did.
And he was quite close.
Yes, he was. I said he was 10 feet
Wow.
beside. he was actually 10 feet beside the Bigfoot. Okay, but there
Oh
was
my gosh, and he didn't notice anything.
no, he didn't. Hold on, I lost our thing.
Wow,
Okay.
man.
Yeah. Cool.
Look, I
Thanks,
have a
Dave.
story from a friend of mine. I'm
All
actually
right.
gonna
Yeah,
have
yeah.
him.
Go ahead. If I think of any
I'm
other
gonna have
details to go
I'm
with it,
gonna have
I'll
my
let you.
friend
I need a
on the
break
show
anyway. Go
soon,
ahead.
and he told me that he was on the woods.
Right.
Like he said he even had his gun with him, and he was like just relaxing and where he used to walk, and suddenly he started hearing some footsteps, but he didn't see anything near. So the footsteps were very close to him, and they looked like they were getting closer. And then he started talking to the, like, what the fuck is happening and stuff.
Right.
And
Right.
so the footsteps would go far away, further, and they would get closer. And he got so freaked that he kind of got away from there. He thought he was being expelled by them, you know?
Right. Right. Yeah, my friend, I told him after whatever. Yeah, he was only 10 feet away. Like I said, but the big pine tree, the white pine, and the and the shrubbery was you know, about 6 feet deep, thick, like right beside the tree. It was like a little wall. Do you know what I'm saying? He couldn't see through the shrubbery and then the tree. He missed it. He was like on the other side, right on the other side of the shrubbery, man. Like the shrubbery bush and the pine tree where the orb was, and he missed it. But he was standing right there. And when the Bigfoot walked off, right, when the Sasquatch walked away back to the backwoods where he says he didn't see or hear anything. Okay. And I said, I could hear him walking. I said, you tell me you didn't hear him? You were right there. I said, you didn't hear him walking? He goes, no, he didn't hear nothing or see nothing. He didn't hear anyone walking. I said, I heard him walk away, turn and walk away. Wow. It's like, like it must have been in a little, in a little circumference of an area. Like, you're in the immediate zone. He's in the secondary zone. So there could be like the wall of silence between us. Do you know what I'm saying? Like a barrier.
I don't know. Maybe
That's what I'm
look,
thinking.
if you felt the frequencies, if he maybe was looking somewhere else, he couldn't.
He didn't even sense it or feel it or hurt or hear it walk away. Right? He says he didn't see or hear anything.
Bigfoot, maybe it has more to do with you, with the fact
because
that you
remember,
are
he couldn't even see me.
Clairvoyant than others,
Right. Well, we've always had a psychic connection between each other. It's like, if he's somewhere in a crowd, I can find him right away. And, it didn't matter. Do you know what I'm saying? One of those people, like, a good friend I've known for years, 20 years.
Mhm.
I know exactly, like, in a big farmer's market, a concert, I just knew exactly where to go and find them. You know what I mean? Shopping mall, it didn't matter. Big crowd, school, high school, anywhere. I knew which way to go and he would be there. Do you understand? Like, that kind of connection. You know what I mean? Right?
Yeah.
Like you have that, interconnection. It's like one hand knows what the other hand's doing. Do you know what I mean? And same with him. He could find me anywhere in a crowd. Unless I'm not there or whatever, if I've left or whatever, but as long as I'm there, he'll find me. Do you know what I mean? Without really looking, that kind of situation. So I was surprised that he did not see or hear anything. Like, but I said, when he looked back towards me, he couldn't see me at first. He had to turn and look again. And then he said, he see me, but I had shrunk down to a 6-inch person. Okay. A little person, I'm like, what? Really? So, like I said, maybe I was inside the portal zone. Do you understand?
Ah, okay. Yes, yes,
Right?
I
And
know.
he's on
Okay,
the
okay.
outside, the outer rim. Do you understand? I'm in the
And
inner
he
rim.
cannot see as well.
There could be a barrier, like a sound barrier or something. Like, you know how some people report that everything is dead silent right when there's the encounter, right? Sometimes there's no noise except the Bigfoot. Okay, it's dead silent. You can't hear the birds, the trees, the sky, nothing. It's like, and that had happened when it was there. It was like a vacuum. You're like inside a vacuum, sort of. Do you understand? There was no noise after external noise. I couldn't hear no that. He didn't try to call me or anything, but I said the Bigfoot walked right past you. I said, there's no way you couldn't have seen it. I said, he was like, you would have, when he walked away, you probably had like a 5-6 foot uh, vision line that you should have seen him, right? He walked right past you, right? Like where you were standing, you should have seen him because he was in, like where they were even, when he had to go past the tree and head towards the back, he was standing by the berm. So he should have seen him. He had to cross over the berm to get to the back. So he should have seen him, And I said, he would have been within about 5-6 feet of you when he had to cross that berm. And I can't believe you didn't see him. Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's some kind of vacuum. Maybe we're inside the portal vacuum, like the inner zone,
Yep. Very interesting.
So the outside, you can't hear the outside world. Do you understand?
Was that the only time you saw like a Bigfoot
No, I've seen it several
head
times.
to toe?
We'd have to do another show. I couldn't talk about all that. I'd lose my voice right now. I've
But
already
that
been on
was
here
like
almost
on
4
the
hours.
last 10 years?
Pardon me?
Or last 10 years?
Yeah, that was 2018 or 19. So
Okay.
was,
When you got deeper into Bigfoot.
Yeah. We'll have to talk about it more next time,
Have you known Mike Patterson?
Yeah, I know Mike Patterson.
Yeah. Do you believe in his
No.
creatures?
I believe in some of the things he does because I
have you seen his photo?
I don't know what photo you're talking about.
His Bigfoot appears on a photo. He's shown
No,
like the top from the nose,
I've edited
from the mouth up.
No, I've edited a few photos, and I've one where he was at some campsite or whatever, and something on a video, and something whizzed by him at subatomic speed. I caught that on video and showed it and told him whatever.
Wow.
He was surprised. Yeah, something actually whizzed right by him. You could just see the blur of the Bigfoot going by him, right? The entity. Yeah, going right past him at subatomic speed. That was a few years back,
Wow.
2000, 2020, 21, 20, around there. Yeah, amazing.
Wow.
Right? In that he was surprised. Yeah, you could see the ruffling, you could tell the rustling of the leaves, and even you could tell as the wind goes, the motion of the wind going past them, this thing moved that fast, okay? Subatomic speed, okay? And I caught it. I broke it down into, frame by frame. Do you know what I mean? When I did when I analyzed the footage, and there was actually something went by him. I caught the play, and then I did. I broke it down foot by foot. I mean, frame by frame, 30 frames per second.
Do you have how far are the woods that you need to go to find a Bigfoot over there?
Where we are?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you mean? Like the physical ones, or the the ones that come out of the portals, or the orbs, or that that can happen anywhere, right?
Yeah, right.
Right. But the physical ones, you have to be up in the woods,
Okay. Have you seen those?
Yeah, I've seen them a few times.
But did you have to go camping or something like that?
A couple times, right? And
Because
sometimes
it's far away, right? You have to stay in some cabins or whatever.
no. Half the times it was on the road, like like the roadside encounter.
Okay.
Like when you're driving through that, those are half of mine. The other ones were at camp, like camping with your tent,
Okay.
and
Wow.
and all of them have been within, other than the one up north by White River, where I asked them to come out of the woods, right,
Hmm?
right, to like I was on a bus traveling out west, right, so. I stopped in this town, and I knew I had seen him there in the tree line a couple times, right? I told them when I come back from my trip out west, can you please show yourself? Like, I want to see them. I said, can you please show yourself on the return trip, right? When I'm coming back. So, and it was wintertime, and yeah, and this was up north where it was the coldest place in Ontario, -70. They have the record. They have a thermometer, outside the gas station restaurant where the bus stops for for excuse me, for a break, like, coffee, dinner, whatever break, a couple hours
Yeah.
break, 2 hour break or whatever, hour, 2 hours lunch break. So what happened was, right, Heather, can you make my soup better after, please? So, okay. So what happened after was I said, I want to see you on the return trip. I said, hello. After I went to go out and have a smoke out by the sign there, it was -25 or something, right?
Yeah.
Everyone's all snug as a bug inside the restaurant, So I'm standing out there breathing. I said, okay, my friends, I'm here now, right? I've returned. Can you come out and show yourself, right? And next thing you know, yeah, one stepped out of came and, it took about a minute, but one finally they showed up there at the tree line, then they stepped out. I was surprised. He actually stepped out of the tree line. First one, a big one, 8, about 7.5, 8 feet, right? Then the second one, about 7 feet, and a third one, about 6 feet, 5.5, 6 feet, right? Three of them standing there, and like whatever, I waved them and said something, right? And it's freezing outside, and yeah, and they obliged me for about a couple minutes there. And I said, thank God it's so cold, no one's outside mucking around. You know what I mean, John? Right? It was like -25 or something, 30 with the wind.
Yeah.
I said, I couldn't believe it, man. They didn't look cold. They weren't shivering, put it that way, It was cold for me. Holy fuck. Man, it was freezing. Right? This was a town that has -70 as the record. Coldest place in Ontario. White River, Ontario. Look it up if you don't believe me. if you're not sure. White River. WHITE. White. Color white. River.
Okay.
Northern Ontario, yeah. White River, Ontario. And you'll see the famous sign. -70.
Has Heather seen any Bigfoot?
Heather, have you ever seen Bigfoot?
Well, yes and no.
Yes and no. Just the interdimensional kind, down in the woods.
Have any of them gone to
More
your
like,
house?
Spiritual.
the spiritual ones, Spirit
Have they
guide.
come to your house and knock on your door and stuff like that?
No.
Okay.
No, I've had them in my house once or a couple times. What do you call it? The Mindspeak and whatever. But
your buddies from before, from the
yeah, but it
space
was only
craft.
whatever. There was some bullshit going on with somebody,
From the
and
influence,
then they knocked on the door, and then the Bigfoot left, and it's also you have to
nobody's
meditate.
at the door.
The type where the telepathic where you got to meditate. You really got to meditate and carry those thoughts forward, and it's hard. You got to find the right time, and you have to do a certain type of meditation. Do you understand?
Oh, to contact with them as well.
Right? It's not easy to do that. Hold on a second.
I've heard of that. I've heard that people do meditate as well in the woods. I do. Look, I don't know if I've told you, but there was one day that I went to the woods, and I was doing a live stream about Fatima, and it was quite windy, and suddenly there was a little bit when I was talking about something, the wind just completely stopped, man. It was interesting to say the least, and I heard that silence, and the only thing I could
Right.
hear was like it could be part of the reason. It was like there was like a, how can I say, like it's not a dumpster, it's like a industrial with machines, and they were the only ones that were doing noise, so that could be what was scaring the animals and birds. But remember, when I got there, everything was chirping, there were noises of the industry, and when I was reading, suddenly everything stopped, and the wind also died down. So I did notice it was something weird, something happens over there. And I was talking about Fatima.
Oh, that Fatima? What do you
Yeah,
think of that? Do you think that was a UFO, or was that the Virgin Mary, or apparition, an alien? What is your short
jeez, my
version?
God, I don't know. Look, I've had so many thoughts, man. I don't know if I've told you, but Fatima, there was it happened in October,
Right.
and 3 months before every day on that same date. I don't know if it's
Right. Right.
the 20th or the 12th. I can't remember. But in January that year, there was a newspaper in the capital, which a bunch of like a clairvoyant mediums, a society,
Right.
they posted a big advertisement on the first page of the newspaper.
Right. Right.
So remember, you would have to have money to do that, okay?
Okay.
And apparently these guys, they were, clairvoyants, mediums that contacted with entities, non-human and intelligence. That's what they call them, NHIs,
Right. Right.
because they don't really know who they are, or if they're good or bad. And
Right. Obviously.
but apparently these guys, they were contacting with them already, and they had money to advertise it. So you can either think it could have been some secret CIA thing, trying to either send a message or capitalize on the sighting,
Mm-hmm.
because they gathered like thousands and thousands of people, man. Like they say that estimates, it's like maybe between 50,000 and 100,000 people, and there were all sorts of people there. Like I just saw on a video today, and I actually got the link of their reports of the people, their testimonies, and there's all sorts of testimonies. Like there was a woman that when the sun started, she started confessing all her sins
Right.
to the sky. There were people who had skin problems, chronic skin problems, and they got cured because of the sun. So it could be some radiological, you know what I mean? It could be secret technology, you know what I mean?
Right. Right.
Like a projection, a little bit of a projection, maybe. It 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 it,
Do,
it
do,
do-
do you
there
think?
is what?
Do you think it could have been a hologram projection?
So
Possibly.
that's one of my thoughts, but it was 1912.
Yeah.
Look at the date.
I think they could have had that technology 150 years ago, and they just never told us about it.
Yeah, but America wasn't still developed, right? Or
Yeah,
when was
but
America created?
it,
890?
no, 1740. 1740. The Pilgrims came over. 16 Columbus. Never mind Columbus. The Pilgrims 1640 or something, right? 1700. The Pilgrims on the
Okay,
Mayflower.
so they had 200 years in America still, but
Right. But let's say, okay, to be fair, let's say, okay, we'll bump it up because they were just pioneers or whatever. Let's say in a city or whatever, Philadelphia, New York, whatever, Washington, maybe not yet, but Philadelphia, New York, I guarantee you that, Ben Franklin, that was 1775. He, or early 1800 or whatever, he flew that kite with the key, right? To tell you about electricity, travels, direct current, AC, DC, direct current,
okay,
right?
okay.
That was 200 years ago, right? Well, 18, let's say it was 1800, right? 1900, 2000, yeah, 200 years
So
right
I don't know.
there.
There could be some secret
Right. They could have got,
agency
I think it could have been the,
who's got technology of
right.
holograms, maybe some laser beams,
No, you know what's
maybe
funny?
look. I don't know if you remember. I read on the magazines that I have about UFOs that on the First World War there were reports of English soldiers boarding a cloud. Okay, listen to me.
Right. I'm listening.
Boarding a cloud on the ground, a cloud, so they would disappear inside the cloud. And then you would see the cloud raising like a helicopter
Right.
and then taking them to the fighting areas. Okay. So, First World War, when was that?
What's that?
19 in starts of the 1900s, right?
Sure.
I don't know,
I just
1906.
seen that the first photograph was, I just seen the picture, or I should have wrote the date, 17, 1768 or somewhere like that was the first photograph ever taken. And it was of a woman in Europe, I think. Okay.
Yeah.
1768. Okay. The first photograph. So they could have easily had hologram technology. The army could have invented this, but never used it.
Yeah.
Or how do we know they didn't use it? They could have used it to trick uh, the what was it, the North
Look,
there
it
to trick,
does seem to be something religious because
right.
the church got it as a miracle. But look, there was a person who got cured of blindness as well.
Right.
There is telepathic communications. You know, people say that telepathic is something that we used to have, and it was kind of dimmed down by society, by the government with the fluoride. So
Right.
there is a possibility that
you know, they kind
Now,
of, I don't
do you
know,
believe
maybe
in
they got
spiritual
us
guides?
not interested in that. I don't know.
Do you believe in spiritual guides, like angel guides or Bigfoot spiritual guides or whatever you believe in? You know, a
Look,
guide,
I
like
do
a
believe
guardian
that
angel, or
we all have a guardian angel
yes, I
because
believe in
I've
that
been
100%
saved.
for
I've been
sure.
saved plenty of times, okay?
Right,
And these are from within, they
right,
don't
right,
involve anyone else, I think.
right. You know,
But
or
accidents still happen, like,
now, now maybe how
so
out of that
guardian
crowd,
angels, they do not,
when
they
out of that
cannot
crowd
predict
with
the
all those
future.
people, hold on, let me say something. Out of that crowd with hundreds of people or thousands of people, right? Some people reported being healed. Some people reported feeling elevated. Other people were in awe. But most of the people, did they receive a benefit or were they just not sure? Let's say you were more able to access psychic. You had psychic gifts, so you were able to access anything they were offering that day. These entities, if they were aliens or guardian angels, you maybe were able to benefit from their presence that day if you were more spiritually or
Accepting, yes.
yes, like spiritually accepting, open hearted, you know
Yep,
like maybe they were offering and you rejected it. You were scared, you didn't want what they were offering, right? Because you
yep.
don't know who they are, but let's say someone who's psychically in tune, right? Let's say your third eye is open or you're psychically in tune, right? Do you know what I'm saying? You would be able to reciprocate and receive those gifts if they're offering anything. Do you know what I mean? Like a certain frequency, vibrational frequency level, energy. You were able to tap into that. So those people received healing. Do you know what I'm saying? Uh,
Yes.
Instead of everyone saying, "Hey, yeah, I got my batteries recharged today,"
Look, apparently on that day it was raining a lot,
right,
and when the sun started to go on top of them, everybody, even the mud, got dried up like in seconds
sure,
or
sure.
minutes.
It's
So
funny,
that sighting dried everything,
you know,
all the clothes,
right,
dried the hair. People got out of there like singing and praying and stuff. There
right,
was a man that he had spent the whole day joking and mocking the people there,
right,
and he was like trembling, and he kind of became a believer.
right, right,
So I don't know. Look, these spiritual changes do tell me that our bodies are amazing, and they can kind of convert these like
well, there,
fireworks into happiness and
right,
surprisement and good feelings, and placebo can heal people. So
right,
you know what I mean, it's difficult, but I do believe that to get the technology of the lady,
right,
because the lady was only seen by a handful of people.
right,
Not many
right.
people saw the lady.
You have
Some
the
saw
scissors
the
in there?
colors of the purple, everything turned
Right, right.
purple. Some say there were
Bring me
flying
a paper
eyes.
towel.
Some
It's
say there
okay,
was
no
like
rush.
a disc platform from which the lady came from inside, and she came up or she appeared. So it could have been imagined like okay, so look, the miracle of the sun. I don't know. I did the show today,
Right,
and
right,
as
right,
you can see on the video, and the reports, it's like a disc turning in front of the sun,
right,
and it's at such angle. It could be a cloud, giving the sensation that it's turning. Maybe the clouds do turn, with the wind. I don't know.
right,
And the angle it can give, but these predictions of the miracle of the sun in Yugoslavia, they kind of tend to be predicted by some mediums.
Right.
And then I think there's reports of the links of the rosary becoming golden. Like the
Right.
links are, they're not colored, and they become golden color with when something happens. And the sun doesn't need to move. The miracle of the sun, it's just the sun. You see like a disc in front of it, or it looks like a disc turning, and you can
Right.
suddenly look at the sun because it doesn't burn your eyes,
Right. Right. Well, see, that's not
and
just
it can kind
that's
of
almost
become brighter. And I don't know if it's
right.
like an effect of the clouds, some
That's
type of cloud.
right. See, that's almost like the story I just told you earlier about the planet Venus type of big yellow light in the evening sky. Okay,
And
same
then it
thing.
moves closer to
Right,
you.
right. That light was opposite. Instead of being benevolent, it was evil. It was right because same thing. Those people, they were right there, but they didn't respond. They knew I was trying to get out of there, but they were they were blocking me in. They wouldn't let me go by. Okay, I had to force the guy in front of me to speed up and get away from this group of cars. It was weird. It was like it was like I was being held there. You know, I even I slowed down, John. Okay, like I said, to get away from this group of cars. I even slowed down until that light started hitting my car, but not their cars. Do you understand? I said,
Yeah, and
"What the
then you
heck's
had to
going on?"
go
Oh, when I pulled up right back into that little pocket inside the pocket there was all the cars around me. All of a sudden, the lights hitting all their cars, but that light did not hit their cars before I got there. Okay, that's when I knew something was strange. Okay, hold on a second.
Yeah, that was scary, man.
That's what I'm saying. The light wasn't touching their cars until I pulled up beside them. Do you understand? That light, no, because I tried to, you know, slow down and let these guys get, try and let them break up that formation that they were blocking the road, the highway from me going forward. I couldn't get past them around them because if the shoulder was gravel. If I tried to go, even the other guy go around, I thought about driving on the shoulder, but I tried, but it was a good chance I could have flipped my car. You know what I mean? Okay. So I didn't bother. Yeah, it is, isn't it, Timmy?
Have you
Yeah,
been visited
right.
in your
Yeah.
room
So I
or
slowed
house?
down. Right. Now listen, there was that group of cars. I had slowed down, and then the light concentrated on my car, and that's when I said, "No, no, no, no." That's when I said, "I seen the car, the light coming up, and it started to form a hand. I seen fingers and a hand coming, reaching up for me over my door, driver's side door." Okay, and like no, I hit the gas and almost rear-ended the fucking guy. What caught up to him, and then the light hit all our cars. I said, and then I kept jockeying back and forth, trying to stay away from this light, because trying to get this guy to move. But that's what I said. I see the light hit their car inside, and it looked like there was shit floating in there in this golden light, yellowish golden light. There was stuff floating in. Not only were the people frozen in fear, the one lady, she's up like this, and the other guy's like whatever, like this, and the driver, even the front pit passengers, they're all in fear, frozen. And I said, how the hell's he driving? Okay, he's not moving. Okay, well, it's weird. The car was still going forward. Okay, he still got his foot on the gas. But the road is starting to turn slightly. Right, he should be going if he's got it straight, whatever. Maybe could just barely control the car. I don't know. I got away from him. I couldn't. But I seen him. He was frozen. He wasn't moving. The car should have went off the road. Do you know what I'm saying? Because we're starting to turn slightly. towards the off ramp. Like, you know, there was a southbound lane. We're in the northbound, and there's a big island in between boulevard. Okay, separating the two ways of travel. All right, 100 feet apart, 200, whatever it was in some parts. So you don't get blinded by the lights. Okay, the headlights.
Mhm.
Because there was issues with the headlights blinding people, car headlights. So they had
Yep.
separated the lanes of highway. Same too, to prevent
So
deer.
speed helped you that night.
Oh yeah, to get away. Sure it did. Okay. I was damn lucky. But then, like I said, I finally got the other guy to speed up and get away from these other cars. Okay. What happened then was we pulled over. I got him to pull over after, like, you know, I got up to 90 miles an hour. Well, before we were doing 50 miles an hour, right? 55 maybe. You guys wouldn't speed up, I think. So when you get up to 90 miles an hour, we left some distance behind the other guys, okay? 80, 85, and then finally 90, and then pulled over, okay? In front of the off-ramp. We got to make some distance, at least a mile or two behind. We left those other people behind us. Do you know what I mean? Time difference due to the speed of travel, right?
Mhm.
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah.
Our speed of travel was the guy in front of me and my car. I pushed them up to 80, 85, 90 miles an hour of travel, right? We left the other guys doing, 50, 55 miles an hour behind. We're 30 miles an hour faster than they are. Okay. So we left them
And
a
they
couple
were
miles
on the passing lane.
Yeah, no, I'm on the inside lane, right? So, but we left those people behind, okay? It took them a few minutes to catch up to us when we pulled over. And I told the old guy, did you see the light? He says, yes. But about missing time, he wasn't sure. I kept saying, well, I'm pretty sure there was some missing time. Okay? Hold on a sec. I take a sip here. All right. Excuse me. There was some missing time, okay? Because these three cars, Johnny, were traveling together, okay? Well, they all came when they finally, me and the old man, and the older guy there were standing out on the highway there on the shoulder. We watched the three cars come, okay, eventually, right? They were all separate now, okay? Do you hear me?
Yeah.
The cars had separated. They were all together in a group. Well, they all came at separate times. First one car, and then a minute or two later, the next car. And then 3 minutes later, I said, so where's that third car? Finally, it showed up. And I told you that he was doing 90 miles an hour now. Okay? If he was doing that speed, he would have passed us long ago. Okay? Something had happened. The guys who were
They went slower.
no, they were doing the speed limit, 50, 55. Do you hear me? They were doing the speed limit. Okay, so if anyone's watching here, you understand what I'm saying? The other car was doing the speed limit. So it took them several minutes to catch up to, because we had gone ahead at 80 to 90 miles an hour, right? That's a 30 mile per hour difference. So we left them behind a couple minutes, right? But instead of all three cars coming together, they're all now speeding, different speeds, okay? That's what I'm saying. The third car was doing 90 miles an hour into the off ramp when it went past us. And I looked, and they all had the look of terror, except now they were moving, okay? But they weren't moving when I passed them. They were frozen in time, right? Yeah, like they were in like gelatin
With the
They were
hand of
stuck,
light. The light hand.
That's what it seemed like to me, like they were stuck in gelatin, and there's this little stuff floating around with them, Oh yeah, it was weird. They were not moving. I watched them. Okay.
Wow.
They were like, yeah, no, they were not looking. They were stuck in time, right? It's weird. Hold on a sec. I'll be right back. 1 second. Do not leave. Go ahead. They were stuck in time. I got to get some water. I'll be right back. Okay. Hold on. Yeah, do you hear me? They were stuck, frozen in time. Incredible. I'll be right back. Hold on. Yeah, hold on. I just got to get a towel.
I tell you, man, those people,
Yeah.
if you ever
Hold on.
find that story anywhere,
That's what I'm saying, you know. I think
you will know that it happened. That was the
I think
story because
right. I'll tell you, more people have an encounter with the light type of UFO than they would a mechanical machine, like like a disc, a saucer, a craft, whatever. I think most people have the light type of encounters with UFOs than they even realize. Do you understand that?
Yep.
I believe that. Right. I think the light. Some are benevolent. Some are what's the other word? Malevolent. Yeah.
Malevolent.
Malevolent. Yes. Yeah. Okay. I guarantee you, more of us have those light type of encounters. Some are friendly ones. Okay. Like I said, the the Fatima ones, Fatima, that was a benevolent light, and like I said, they could have been there to heal people, right? Too. Those who were accepting, right?
Yep.
Did any of those people have private encounters later, or it was only that one time in the field?
Oh, I think so. I think so.
I think so. They just didn't talk about it, or
I think there were some follow-up cases.
right. But I think
I think
a
there
lot of
was
it
between August and
right,
October, or between like May,
right.
there was gonna be another big sighting, and they asked them
Okay.
all to go there, but like the mayor of the city, he like kidnapped the kids.
Oh, right. Okay. Really?
Yeah.
Wow. You're right. That's
It was
incredible.
getting too much attraction.
Right. It probably threatened the kids too, not to say anything. They probably a lot of them were scared, right?
There were people coming from all over.
Sure they were. I believe that.
So
Probably
he
the
kept
Pope.
them he kept them for like a few days when it
During
was
the
going to be the
encounter?
date of one of the encounters.
Right.
And you know what happened?
It changed
There
the
was
story.
a huge storm with there were still UFOs, but huge storm, and they were angry, and then
Right.
he released them,
Can
and
I,
then they started coming again.
right. Can I say something? The one from what was that? What year was that? 1917
Well,
or the original one?
1912.
What year?
1912.
1912. What the girl there? She became a nun after or something.
Yes,
Right.
and she went to Spain or
Right.
Porto to a convent.
Now she said she got the third message, in that, and she changed the message. She said, did she not? She remember she
I
was supposed
think so. Something I have
She said she
a
didn't
book
want to.
about that.
She said she didn't want to share the original message. She changed it and the Pope asked her to change it. She even changed it on him or something.
It was something about the decline of church.
Really? I thought it was about aliens are coming or something. No, no.
Okay, so there is some talk about
Sorry.
the
Yeah.
the decline of church,
The
and
decline
when
of
we
the
talk
church.
about that, it's the pedophile things about the
Yeah.
church,
Go. Oh, okay. Oh,
Yeah,
and she didn't want to talk about that. She wanted to
that was
protect the
one of the
church.
secrets, apparently.
Right. I thought she wanted to protect the church, so she refused to talk. She changed the message or something.
Yes, yes.
Right.
She,
Unfortunately.
look, she was being taken care of by the church, so she
Of
was kind of
course.
kidnapped.
Yeah, she was kidnapped by the church in a way,
Mm.
right? And she owed it to the church to protect the church. The Pope, how many if you get to see the Pope once and tap him on the shoulder or shake his hand once in a lifetime, oh, that's a miracle. He came to your town. She gets to see the Pope, a couple times a year. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right? So, you know, purposely to say, hey, the Pope, he's been good to you. I forget her name, but what's her name? Do you remember her name?
Lucy.
That was her name, Lucy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Sister Lucy.
pardon me? Yeah,
Sister Lucy.
that's right. Sister Lucille. Hmm.
Her brother and sister died young.
Right. She received
And
the
she stayed quite a long time, I think.
right. She got the royal injection. Like Keith Richards and Mick Jagger. Paul McCartney. And Ringo. They get the special vitamin shot. Boom. Bend over. They said Keith and Mick, you're gonna live to 100. They got their royal boost.
The Jews.
The juice, yeah, I believe that. The royal juice, injection, like the queen, the queen mother and the queen, you can live up to 100 years old if you choose. you know?
Look, there's people who live until 100 years old and they don't take
Right.
anything. They just
No.
live healthy.
When my mom was in the nursing home, right, for a little while there, she came out of the hospital and had to go to the nursing home and just to get her health back in order, right, before she went back home. There was her roommate was a Chinese lady, I think. I think she was Chinese, either Filipino or Chinese. I can't remember. I think she was Chinese. She was 103 years old. Okay,
Wow.
it didn't look 103. Okay, and the kids were all there. The grandkids taking care of her. The kids and grandkids. Oh yeah, 103 years old, and then she got that one of those bad flus. It floored me, man. I was off for a couple of days. I couldn't take care of my mom, and I got it twice. The second time was even worse, man. And I'm like, poor lady, she got that, but she survived. Okay, and you're like, holy shit. And most people would knock them out for at that age. It would just be the end of them. But she survived it. She was sick for about a week or 10 days, right? Some kind of swine flu that year, Oh yeah, it floored me. I was sick in bed for 3-4 days. I couldn't move. Poor
Wow.
lady. Yeah, she survived it, and she said for during the war and all that, she had also they had to eat was seaweed. Okay, seaweed
Yep.
from the ocean. That's all they had to eat because Japan took all the food, that they had.
All the fish.
Everything. Yeah. Whatever they caught, they had to give up.
Crazy.
But they were mostly no rice, just seafood. I mean, seaweed, and that seaweed, then, you find out, I forget the name of it right now, the kind, but it's one of the best seaweeds out there. You know, it's got iodine, it's got salt, it's got this, that, everything to keep you going. You know, iron, iodine, protein, whatever, all that kind of stuff. Uh, Not spirulina, but this other brand. I can't remember now. Heather's not here. She went for a walk. So,
Don't worry.
you know, I used to get the supplement for that certain type of seaweed, and you can't even buy it anymore. Okay,
There
it
is
was really
something for the cartilage, the shark fin.
the shark fin cartilage.
It's called glucosamine.
Yeah, I tried that. It didn't work for me.
No.
It was killer on my stomach. Yeah, no.
Okay. I get
I had
you.
like
I
what
get
you had years ago. You know, it's that foaming stomach acid and all that. I got rid of that. You know what I drank? Ginger tea. Lots and lots of ginger
Okay.
tea. I used to make my own ginger tea. Okay.
It's strong.
And did. I had to take Zantac for years, several years. I had stomach issues, right? And so I had ginger tea slowly. I weaned myself off all that medication. Oh, yeah, for your stomach and survived. Now I don't take anything for the stomach. Every now and then I have ginger tea just to keep things in balance. And also, if my stomach is upset, I have like a teaspoon of baking soda in a cup of water.
Yes,
right?
that's what I have. Baking
Right?
soda.
Yeah, it works. I find it really works. Right? Pennies per serving. You know, it's
That's
good.
what
It
I
helps
use.
with indigestion. Right.
I take
But-
a little bit in the morning, a little bit after lunch,
Right.
a little bit after dinner,
Not
and a
too
little
much
bit
because
before I go
it'll.
to bed.
Yeah, right.
No, I take like they give a pill to take after meals,
Right.
and I take that pill during the whole day, so I take little bits of the pill.
Oh, that's cool. Right on. Okay.
I
Yeah,
try
hold
not
on
to
a sec. I'm gonna
abuse
tell
it.
you. Yeah, see, yeah, you know, and at first, the message or the fact, the message there for the kids, it didn't involve the church. The church got involved after, you know. At first, it was a separate,
Yeah, it had nothing to do with church. That's what I'm
That's
telling
right.
you. The
That's right.
mediums who predicted this big happening,
Right.
one of my suspicions was that these mediums, they were working either with the secret services,
Right.
and they wanted to get people more religious.
Okay.
That's my guess.
Possibly, yeah. Of course they do. Right?
Or it was a contact of aliens, but it's the aliens is a little bit weird because
But why
you're
would they
talking about
contact the
only
kids instead of contacting
only 3
adults?
kids saw it,
Right.
and maybe others, but more the kids. So how does that explain the alien theory?
I don't know. Why would they contact the kids instead of adults? But I hear.
Look, the kids
Right.
got the adults to go there, man. They formed like it was like a little cult, of,
Right.
but they all were there kind of to praise the Virgin Mary, because remember
Go ahead.
the kids, they the mediums had predicted a big happening, okay?
Right.
But the
Before-
kids really were either, listen to me, imagine there's a possibility that the kids were guided by someone to create all that, you know what I mean?
Right, right, right. Right,
So trick the kids.
right.
But then as things are happening, more and more people are getting interested in going there on the final date that it's gonna happen, the big sighting.
Right, right. It's like you lured everyone in,
So
like
there's a big buildup, and remember,
like the Pied
for
Piper,
a good buildup to be made, you need publicizing, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that could be misinterpreted as a cinematographic Hollywood before Hollywood existed, you know what I mean?
Right, right,
An experiment.
right. Shade Viking,
So
hello.
it is possible that they've gone all through Europe and then Guadalupe, Yugoslavia, and Spain,
Right,
maybe to either to they knew that religion would pick it up, the Vatican, and make
right,
it
right,
a miracle,
right.
and so it would kind of give a little bit of a push on the church.
For sure.
Because remember, Fatima was nothing, was bare grounds, and
Right,
now
right.
and now it's like a huge city where a house is very expensive, much
Really?
more than,
Any
of
other town,
course, man.
right?
And if
Yeah.
you want to spend a holiday there, you're gonna pay your ass off.
Wow.
The
Really? So
only
it's become a
time that I've spent the
tourist
night in
hotspot.
Fatima was the only night that I spent the night in Fatima was then when I went with my wife and her religious group,
Right.
and we got accommodation, and we stayed in some bunk beds for free and stuff. I'm not sure if it was for free, but I think so. And we went to see it, and we sang and stuff like that. But other people who go there, it's not only religious people, it's Buddhists, it's all
Right, right.
sorts of religions go there
I believe it.
because they believe that
It's a
that
right.
was like
The
the
hotspot,
it could have
for
been the divine feminine, you know what I mean?
right. The energy's still there, they believe, or like
Yeah,
it's
but
like,
the saint of the female, you know?
right. I hear you.
Because remember, only
Hello, Shade Viking. How
the
you doing?
girls could
Go ahead.
hear it.
Right.
No, the girls could see it. The boy, I'm not sure if he could see it only or if he could only hear it. But
One of them,
both girls saw it.
right.
But
The boy, I think, could only hear it. He couldn't see it.
only one of the girls communicated with it, so it would only communicate with Lucy.
Right.
The other one could see it, but the kid maybe, I'm not sure if the boy could only
Yeah. Yes, we know. Okay.
hear it.
Right.
But
Right.
remember, both kids died quite soon.
Yes. Who encountered the
So
spirit?
that could be some radioactive, secondhand.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You know what I mean? There is
Same thing happened to my
circumstantial
dad.
explanations, but
It's funny. My dad, after this thing hovering above him for fucking the next year or two, he didn't last. After that, he went. It
oh
was
yeah,
weird. Yes, but me, they were right above me, but I'm still here 15 years later. Do you know what I mean?
yeah.
It's weird. My dad got sick after that happened. It's weird.
I've seen an alien before too.
Yeah, it's weird. But myself,
Interesting.
though, I'm here 15 years later. After the encounter.
Same here.
Mm-hmm.
Same So far, so great. Knock on wood.
It's the chip.
Maybe. But you never know, because same thing happened with the Sasquatch encounters, where some of these guys, they've seen Sasquatch, and then a short while later, 6 months, a year later, they're gone. Do you understand?
Yeah.
You know, and they said, that Scott Carpenter, he tried to say Bigfoot tried to communicate with him a couple times. He refused, or they offered him help. He refused their help, and then within a month or two, he went fast. He was gone. Do you understand?
Ah.
Right.
So do you
Right.
think he refused to help?
What's his name? Ninja Dave, right? His friend Scott Carpenter, right? Right. You can ask him about it, right? It wasn't much longer. He refused their help. They were offering to help heal him or something, and he turned down their healing, and he was gone within a month or two after that. We went fast. He got a tumor or something, and he went fast, man. Holy fuck! I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
Yeah. He already had some kind of issues, medical issues, right?
Okay.
So take that into consideration, right? But they did offer to heal him, supposedly. Excuse me.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know.
Yeah. And that's happened to a few people I know who had an encounter with Sasquatch, and then they were gone within a short time. Within 6 months, they were gone, right?
Mm.
So, did Sasquatch, try to, excuse me. These were, regular researchers too. A lot of these guys who've been doing it for several years, They weren't just like the first time out in the woods, is what I'm trying to say. Hold on. Sorry, I got the hiccups. I tried to scare myself there. Excuse me. All right. I'm okay. Yeah, they did. Wow. All right. Thank you. Thank
Very
you.
interesting.
Thank you. Wow. We never knew that. Yeah, that's right. So you got to take that into consideration. Not everybody wants to engage, and I don't know. Depends. I'm not a heavy religious person. I've been, I believe in God. I've been baptized in that, but I'm not heavily religious. Sometimes, I go like, for short little periods of time through every now and then, I'll be more religious than and then other periods of time I'm lower on the register, And it's not because I don't like church or God or anything like that. I
love God.
Yes, all of that, but I just don't find church interesting.
Neither do I.
Right?
I know.
I don't know, because they don't talk about what I want to hear. Do you understand? So
Yes.
All they hear is blah blah blah.
right. So, anyways, yes. So Sasquatch, I think, has reached out a few times to heal these guys, these researchers, and no, these people turned it down, and then they were gone. Right. Well, myself, I've asked for help a couple times. Right. Whether you agree with it or not, I didn't care. It's my choice, and I asked for the help. I got it.
Have
Right?
you
I
asked
received some healing.
advice?
Right?
Exactly.
Have you
Okay.
asked for advice?
Pardon me?
Have
You
you
gotta
asked
ask for
for
help.
advice to them?
Their advice for what? No, I don't communicate.
Health reasons?
No, I asked for help and they healed me, which, however, they do it their own spiritual way. Do you know what I mean? Through my spiritual guide, I asked for help, right?
That's what I do.
I asked my Sasquatch spirit guide, for help, and I got it. Yes.
Oh, that's nice.
Right. Cool, eh? But not everyone agrees with that. They said, no, you shouldn't do that, and whatever. I have friends who are opposites, on the opposite side of the spectrum. I believe in communicating and doing whatever, give and take, whereas they're like totally against, they're evil and I don't believe that. I think, you know, you have to judge each one individually. Do you understand? Right? Just like humans, there's rogue humans and there's good humans, right?
Yes.
Right? You know, opposite ends of the spectrum, you know? So, same with the Sasquatch.
Have you
Right?
had contact with evil, more evil?
What's that?
Have you had contact with more evil
Well,
Sasquatch?
No,
I've been
more good, more good.
more good.
More good.
No, no.
No,
I know.
no.
I'm with. I walk with the light.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
we
yeah, yeah. We
with my
walk with the
partner
light.
But
Heather
have
and
they
I.
messed with you?
Pardon me? Oh yeah, they mess
Have
with
they
me every
messed with
now and
you?
then.
Oh, they try.
They try. One time I had to deal with a a dark energy entity, you know, and it tried to get me to, you know, do what it wanted. I refused to do anything, you know. Okay, I refused, and next thing you know, that's when I had the out of body experience. One of the out of body experiences, floating down the streets there in another town out west. You know, like a magic carpet ride. My body, I'm like a carpet going down the street, and I'm seeing people I recognize, and I'm taken to this place that I know.
Ah,
Yeah, where I meet a friend of mine, and excuse me, and yeah, and then also, you know, I'm in a battle with this dark energy, a priest with a dark face. You know, his face was blacked out. You know, with squiggly lines and you know, like all these squiggly
wow.
lines in black. You know, blacked out face. It was
Oh my gosh, I'm getting chicken skin.
yeah. Okay. There. And meanwhile, you know, and my friend is sitting
How
right
how
there.
did how did he how did you get him?
Well, because I was taking I was having an out of body experience. I came out of my body. I'm sitting in a field with my friend. You know, uh, taking a break, resting on some native sacred ground, indigenous native
Ah,
sacred ground. All of a sudden, I come out of my body and I see my body, and then I float away down the street, away from my friend who's sitting beside me. I call him my friend. He says he didn't hear a word. I said I was yelling your name like a dozen times as I'm going to getting taken. I'm being lured down the street like it's like you know, like a magnet almost, like something's drawing me down the street. Like I'm floating away, but something is guiding me towards a certain place. And I go into a certain building. It's supposed to have, you know, be with God, you know, but there's evil inside the building. Do you understand? There's
yeah.
evil presence pretending, you know,
Wow.
they're doing good works. Okay. And I was trying to get my friend away from this place and that. Okay. Do you understand?
Wow.
I wasn't a member of this place. Okay. I was just a visitor visiting my friend who was staying in this place. It was a sort of a church type place that helped
You
people,
think it was
you know,
someone
street place, you know,
you think it
whatever.
was
It was,
someone alive or
yeah,
not
alive.
alive?
Who the dark energy? No,
Yes.
he wasn't real. Like I never seen him before. He was wearing a preacher's outfit, you know, with the black
But
suit and
did he
tie.
look ancient
No,
or actual?
he looked like, you know, like the 70s, even though it was
Okay.
the 2000s, but he looked like, you know, like you see those guys on TV with the black and white, you know, preacher's outfit, you know, white shirt, black top and pants, you know, but his face, you know, the white
Wow.
collar, you know, all that, but his face was blacked out with squiggly lines, you know, like the squiggly lines all over. You can't see his face. Okay.
Very strange.
Yeah, it was
One
real
time I
strange.
had a dream that
Go ahead.
there was these demons and they took me. They were trying to take me to burn me. They
Why?
were gonna put me in a fire.
Really?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I was kind of just like trying to get away, but
Right,
at
right.
the same time, I was thinking maybe what just let them whatever pray to God, right? Just pray to God.
Right. So what happened? What happened after? Other than anything? No.
No.
It went
I don't
away?
remember. I don't remember anything after
Oh,
that.
okay.
They were gonna put me in the fire, and then
So
after that, I don't remember.
so afterwards, when that happened, right? You
Mhm.
know, I was standing there, right, on the floor, and all I see is this picture of Jesus sitting at the table with a bunch with some of the homeless people there, sharing a meal, bread and whatever, breaking bread with the homeless people. There was a
Mhm.
mural of a couple homeless people. I didn't know who they were, right? I found out later. I asked, and they said they were previous members of this place or whatever. They used to live in the housing upstairs or whatever. It was like it was sort of like what do you call it? Part hostel, part church, whatever type of place,
Yeah.
but different religion, sort of based on one of those Christian type religions, right?
Mhm.
Christian, Western Christian type of religions, but there was a false entity there. There was a dark presence about the place.
Mm.
They're saying they're doing good deeds, but there's also, they're following the members. They're threatening other people to stay away from their members, almost like the Moonies. You know what the Moonies are? No. Some
I
of the
think
work,
so.
some of the people get brainwashed and they become followers. Anyways,
Cults.
yeah, that sort of thing, right? Whenever I went with my friend, they would follow, they'd drop off bags of food, water, they thought I was trying to take my friend away from them. I said, no, no. Oh yeah. There was some worry, like whatever. I said, no, I'm doing no such thing. It's his choice. If he wants to stay with these people, that's up to him. Once but at the time, like I said, when I got taken to this place where I'm sitting in a field, right, with my friend on some sacred native land, I'm taken to this, you know, I'm floating away like a carpet, man, like I'm a magic carpet, and I'm seeing things. I'm recognizing people, right, on this journey till I get to this place, but then the place it's empty. I'm taken inside, right, and I float right inside the doors, and I'm standing in the middle, and there's no tables, no chairs. It's an empty floor, okay, with just a mural on one side, and the dark energy, the preacher. You hear me, John?
Yeah.
The preacher was on one side, okay, and Jesus was on the painted on the wall opposite of the preacher, right opposite, and I'm in the middle, like you could draw a line. Right, there's Jesus, I'm in the middle, and then there's the preacher, and all of a sudden the floor gives way. Okay, the floor gives way, and I'm in a pool of water now, up to my neck. Right, and the dark preacher tells me, tread water or you're gonna drown. Right, you hear me?
What did he say?
He said to start treading water or I'm gonna
Okay.
drown. Okay, all of a sudden the floor gave way and I slid into a pool of water, like above that was deeper than my than it was a deep body of water, 8 feet or whatever. I'm only 6 feet, let's say. The water was deeper than I am tall. Okay,
Okay.
and he says the dark entity preacher is telling him, tread your water, tread the water. Okay, and I refused. Okay, to do what he said. He told me 3 times, okay, tread the water, or you're going to drown. You're going to fucking drown if you don't tread water. And I refused. Okay. I made a prayer. I prayed to myself and I said, no, I'm not. I'm going with God and Jesus. If I got to drown for them, I will drown. Right. So I wouldn't tread water. I'm just standing there, in this pool of water, but my head wouldn't go under the water each time he told me to to tread the water. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Yes.
Right. He's telling me to. The devil's telling me to fucking tread water, and I refuse. Okay. I refuse to tread the water.
Wow.
Right. He told me 3 different times to tread water, and I said no. I'm going with God. If I got to drown, I'm staying with God. If that's God's fucking, and Jesus wants me, whatever. I'm not changing what I believe in, right? I'm going with God. If God's gonna protect me, He'll save me from drowning. Okay? I'm not doing what the fucking devil wants.
No way.
Okay?
Kidding?
If I have to drown, I'll drown. But and that's how it was. And next thing you know, boom, I'm transported back to where I was. After the 3rd time I refused, I got transported back to where I was sitting with my friend. I wake up, I'm fucking, wow, I'm flabbergasted, man. I'm, holy smokes.
So what happened then? You
The devil asked
woke
me
up?
now listen carefully. 3 times the devil asked me to tread water. The floor gave way. All of a sudden I slide into a pool of water deeper than my head. The devil says you need to tread water or you're gonna fucking drown. Okay? You're gonna fucking drown, he says. Right? No ifs, ands, or buts. I said, no, I'm not doing what you say. I'm standing there still, but my head isn't going under the water. Do you know what I mean? I'm not treading water. He's telling me to tread water, but my head is staying buoyant above the water. Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Excuse me. This happened 3 different times. Okay? In a couple minutes. Each time I refuse to do what he says. I'm standing. I got my arms at my side and my legs. I'm not moving, but I refuse. My body is not sinking under the water. Okay? On the 3rd time, you hear me?
Yes.
The 3rd time I denounced the devil. I'm transported back to the field where I'm sitting beside my friend. Okay? I passed the test. Do you understand?
Wow.
I was being tested that day. Okay.
Amazing.
Fuck.
Wait
All right. I got to
second.
put a
Just
video
get-
on. I'm losing my voice. I need a break for a minute.
Okay, let's rest a little bit.
Okay. All right.
We
Sure.
can finish if you want.
No, 10 minutes. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. Hold on. 10 minutes and we'll call it a wrap. Okay. Hold on. Yeah. That's wild. Hold on a second. All right. Ninja Dave. Yeah. Here's Ninja Dave. I think I already showed this earlier. Show it one more time. All right, some of the footage there. Look at that. How long have we been on here? Oh God, 5 hours. Fun. Why I've lost my voice. Interdimensional.
5 hours.
There's entities in the background. Yeah, I have to show a different version after. Anyways, I'm getting all right, let's remove this. That wasn't the right one. There's a different one I wanted to play next time. Anyways, what time is it? I want to call it a wrap in a few minutes. Thanks everyone for
Yeah,
checking.
you said 10 minutes, so we can cut
Yeah.
it short a little bit if you want.
Right, okay. 1 minute. Right.
I'm good, brother. I'm already tired.
Yeah. What's that?
We did a great interview. Look, I could
What do we use for heat up here?
like video screen part of your show, and this could be our interview because it was really good, but we
Right.
can do it again, but you
Sure.
don't have to, you know what I mean?
No, I will. I'll come on your channel. We can
Okay.
talk some more. In a few days. Maybe on the weekend or something. I can come
Okay,
on.
if you're good on the weekends, I can do it at night.
Yeah, sure.
It's your afternoon, maybe.
No. Nighttime is the best. Like for your nighttime.
Yeah,
Right.
it will be your afternoon.
Yeah, that's fine. As long as the weekend, that's fine. And I should construction should be pretty well quiet by that. By the afternoon, it should be died down. I was getting a lot of jackhammering past couple of weeks, so it was next to impossible. And that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're been working on the building, changing the windows, balconies, all kinds of crap. Insulating the building. Yeah, because we were all cold for a long time,
What are they doing?
Put new radiators, all
building?
kinds of stuff. Yeah, upgrades, my friend, upgrades.
Okay, the warm.
Yeah, I know.
the
I noticed
winter.
a difference this year. They insulated already the front and part of the back.
You
You know?
notice already?
Oh yeah. Did you notice this year? It's a lot warmer, Heather. Oh yeah, for sure. And we got new radiator, but no, they insulated the building. Makes a big difference. Keeping that
Wow.
wind. We used to freeze. Oh, in this winter now we'd be wearing thick coats, keeping warm. I'm telling you, it was horrible. It was like an ice box before. Right? Oh yeah, and then our radiators were not working one year. Like we had to have heaters going, electrical heaters. It was driving up the price of the bill. Everyone had their stoves and their heaters going all day long. Their kitchen stoves to warm up the place. Holy smoke, racking up the bill, electrical bill.
Insulation is
Yeah, they're
very
using some kind of,
important.
like styrofoam, and also
Yeah.
a pocket of air too. In between. They're using styrofoam and also a layer of air.
Yes.
Between the building and then the new layer.
That's for the humidity.
Yeah, and it keeps it much warmer. It's wild. Yeah. What was that?
And there are heating systems now for the
Poltergeist
buildings.
creature. Yeah.
Made of only
Crazy, isn't it?
tubes.
Yeah.
And these
That's
tubes,
right.
they carry the warmth all over the building.
Wow. All right,
And
Timmy.
some
Thank you.
buildings don't even
Yeah.
need heating because
Yeah.
they get the
Thank
heating
you,
from
thank you.
the ones on above and the ones below.
Right. Yeah, you have to hear the end of the story. Yeah. We'll be back for sure. You've been on long. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm losing my voice. I gotta stop. But we can talk about it
finish.
again. I will talk about it again. Yeah.
It
Thank
was
you very much,
amazing,
John. Right,
Tom. It was amazing today.
right. Thank you, Shade Viking and
Those three
Space
cases,
Crazy.
they are like in my memory forever.
What's it? Is it? Yeah,
You know.
right on. Remember, you tell the devil there his due. No, you tell him no. If you believe God and Jesus or whoever is your savior, your higher power, that don't change. No,
Always pray to God.
yeah, that's what I had. You get tested along the way.
Oh yeah.
Right? Yeah,
Oh
we
yeah.
do. We get tested every now and then. We get tested.
Look, man, our biggest triumph in this life
Thank you, Shade Viking. Thank you.
is durability, if you think about it, because if you don't have time to grow old, you won't live the
Yeah, well,
well,
when I
you
was
can be
younger,
stressed out about, oh, I
yeah,
need to do this and that, or to be like the wish list. I no longer have a wish list, and I'm only 41,
right.
and I still have a lot of travel to do, and I'm probably
Oh,
not
yeah.
going to do much because of my kids, but
You never know.
I can travel anywhere nowadays on the internet, Who
Right.
needs
You know,
who needs to be in India to smell the rotten smells, you know what I mean?
right.
Like,
No, you don't. That's what stopped me from going there. And I've traveled, from where I am to across the country out west to the Rocky Mountains, and that half a dozen or more times. And oh yeah, I had some strange stuff happen here and there. Not always, but there was every now and then something would happen. You know.
and
You
look,
know.
having time to do these adventures and
Well,
you know
right. Next
talking
time I'll come
about
on your
them.
channel and we can talk. We'll talk more about some of the adventures. I saved two busloads of passengers one time on the Greyhound bus company.
Wow.
There. But yeah, I saved them. I was just a passenger, but I saved two busloads of passengers. Okay, and that for getting sick. I saved everyone except one person. Okay, the person I set out to save, I didn't save him. I tried and
Oh.
tried, but I didn't save. I saved the other people inadvertently. Yeah, I have to tell you the story. I got an award. I got free travel one way, whatever, cheap. You should have gave me a return ticket, but you only gave me a one-way ticket.
You got an
I got a name in
award,
the paper.
nice.
I got a reward from the city, whatever, man. And the bus drivers were grateful, That fucking
What, a bus fire?
no, there was something wrong with the water, and I prevented everyone from getting sick, Yeah, a serious illness. Do you know what I mean? I
Okay.
I can't tell it right now, but we'll save it for.
I know what you mean. I think I understand. I'm kind of a doctor, so I do.
Yeah, it was stomach-borne illness, and then it could kill you, and E. coli outbreak
Bacteria, yeah, something
that I prevented
dangerous.
2 busloads of passengers, 2 different buses there. We traveled together. I saved everyone except the guy who I tried to save,
At the beginning, yeah.
Yeah, and I did it out of my own. I didn't get a message to save this guy. I said I'm going to do it on my own, and I don't know why I picked him because he looked like I can't tell. I'm going to lose my voice. Anyways, I will save that story for when I come on your channel.
Save it.
Right? Okay, I promise.
Okay, on the weekend. Okay, on Thursday
All
I'm
right.
having an interview.
All right. Thanks very much, John. Take care.
Big hugs, my brother. Big hugs, Heather.
Big
Thank you very much
peace
for
and love.
today.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate you
See you
coming on.
soon.
Thank you.
Bye bye.
Right. What was that, Shade Viking? If you could post UFO Hunters channel, if you could, yes, I will. Uh, all you have to do after, I'll put it in the comments. Okay, his channel, or after on the chat. On the Where is it, on the chat after when the thing is up, the video, the replay. You just tap onto his icon. You could have went right now. You can do that. Shade Viking, just go on to the icon. Here, I'll wait for you. You just go on right now to the icon. Where is he? I'm up at the beginning. Here, just start at the top. JohnP Adventures. Okay, UFO brother. There. That guy, JohnP Adventures, just tap onto his, it'll take you to his channel. Yeah. I hope. Maybe not, actually. You might have to wait. Hold on. Yeah, I think you might have to wait till, why is that going in? Hold on. Yeah, no, sorry, you got to wait till, I'll put it in the, what do you call it? In the, I don't have a thing, but I'll put it up after in the comments, or you can tap on the chat line after when the replay's up to get his channel. Well, I'll put it in the comments, okay, after. Thank you. I don't have it on me handy. I got to go. I'm losing my voice. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care, everyone. Thanks a
Take
lot.
care,
Bye.
everyone.
Cool. Thank you, everyone.